Morning. Okay. I just want to welcome everyone to Phoenix Elementary School District Study Session. It is 9:10 and I move that we begin our meeting. Can I get a roll call? Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston, President Ovalle,
Yes. So that brings us to item A4, the adoption of the agenda, and I move that we adopt the agenda. Can I get a second?
Board Member Trujillo, Board Member Graham, President Ovalle,
Yes. All right, so Dr. Gonzalez, you have a present, or you have take it from here. Thank you.
I'll sit just so I can talk into this. I'm Justin Graham. I'm a board member with the district. I think what brought me here was the hope to um, do whatever I would be able to do to help the district find additional, capacity, resources, focus for all of the great things they're endeavoring to do. And what I think I've loved so far being here in this brief time is um, finding places where the district is already doing great things that hopefully we can expand upon and uh, do more of.
Hello, everyone. So my name's Erica. I'm the school board president. What brought me here is my son. I found myself advocating for him. He has an IEP, and so I found myself being actively involved. And I thought, this would be a good place to advocate for him on a higher level. What I love about my job is I love learning and I'm very solutions based, so I'm kind of like always trying to find, things that we're dealing with. What is a solution? How can we work together on things to find those solutions? What was the last question? What do? Oh, love most about it is I love learning. It's my favorite. It's a new role for me, so it's pretty cool.
Of strategic initiatives. What brought me to the district was my master's in social work internship in 1998 at the Prep Academy, and I've never left. Been here ever since. I love the families, I love the community, I love the staff. Our team here is incredible, and it's something new every day. They keep us on our toes. And I'm like Erica, I love the learning and serving the community.
My name's Aaron Whittle, CFO. What brought me to the district was seeing how the finances in the Arizona school business world are taking a hard hit right now. So I did my research on the district, love the prosperity, love the history of the district. What I love most about my job is providing for the kids and seeing them get excited when they see stuff. Especially whenever that's playgrounds, still athletics, big athletic guy. So I like providing for the kids in that role.
Hello, my name is Nicole Baker. I'm the Executive Director of Communications and Marketing. What brought me to the role was I really wanted to spend more time around kids, which I know sounds typical, but that's really what drew me to wanting to be in the district. I wanted to be around kids more often. So naturally, that's my favorite part. I love being able to see different elements of it, whether it's like walking in a classroom or sitting in a parent meeting where you're trying to get to the bottom of something and doing some problem solving. I love being able to see different aspects of working with our kids.
Good morning, Jed Bowman, Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources. What I love most about the district is the opportunity to bring the highest quality talent to serve our urban setting. Not just that, but in any setting. And it's great to be part of the hiring process to do just that, and to our kids deserve the best and our system deserves the best. So that's what I enjoy most. Why I came here is just it was a calling to continue to serve in public education. And as I'm nearing my 40th completed year, it's an amazing place to be. And when I started turning over the stones and researching the possibility of being here, it just kept drawing me in more and more and more. And I'm just so grateful to be part of this community.
Good morning. My name is Jaleesa Ship. I'm the executive assistant to Dr. Gonzalez and the board secretary. What brought me here was wanting to get back into education and working and helping serving our kids. And something that I love is learning. I love to learn. That's something that this job does help me do, as well as working with our team.
I'm Sue Ann, board member here. What brought me here is a long circuitous path of public service, and why I love it. I never really saw myself serving in this capacity. It wasn't an idea that I had, but education is just such a huge part of my life. It has been a huge part of my life. I've been so enriched by it that when this came along, I started looking at it and going, okay, this kind of makes sense. But just really grateful to be here. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Seth Elshire. I'm the Chief Academic Officer. What brought me to this district was really, much like Dr. Gonzalez said, sort of the history, the resiliency, and the culture of this specific community here in downtown Phoenix. It's just a phenomenal place to come every day and be part of and represent this community and all that it has been through and all that it continues to grow into. What I love about my role is I just have the the greatest colleagues. Many of them are sitting at this table right now. I just love supporting the leaders that are in our district at the school levels. There's 7 different departments that I work with and the leaders that are in those departments. And so I just really enjoy the people that I'm with and watching them be incredible advocates because they are true, true advocates for this community.
Hey, we're local. We're right here in Tempe. I'm a recovering high school district math coach. I spent some time doing curriculum design, and I worked for a large ed tech company that's based out of Tempe. And really, the reason why I'm here is we have amazing superintendents. We have amazing leaders in Arizona. And really the idea behind SSA was to leverage their experience, their success, their insights back to help other districts. And so we're really thankful that we get to be a part of your retreat, and I'm looking forward to learning a lot from everyone. So thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jason Reynolds. I am a retired superintendent or recovering, either way. I wrapped up my career in public education on June 30th. And so for the last 6 months, have been exploring some other opportunities. And as you know, being a consultant for SSA, I currently work full-time for Wilmang Construction, which we'll get into that a little bit, how you go from being an English teacher into construction. But one of the things that I love about this district is that I live in the district. And so the commute this morning was amazing. I live on 3rd Avenue and Palm Lane, just across in the Willow neighborhood. We have been in the neighborhood for 28 years-ish, 29 years, and love it, and love the support that the community provides, love its diversity, its uniqueness, and so it's just a joy to be here.
Thank you. So with that, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to our facilitators who are going to lead us through our agenda today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so just a couple of quick things. First of all, we are live streaming, and so that's why we have the mics that are there. And I know not everyone likes to talk into the mic, but I think, in order for anyone who's watching, do we have a lot of live streaming viewers this morning? All right, so we want to make sure that they can hear us and see what's going on. Okay, so one of the first things, we did just a little bit of introduction and welcome, but we also want to talk a little bit about more about who we are. As I've worked with Dr. Gonzalez and we met, one of the challenges that we have currently, and board members have this challenge regularly, and that is we have lots of new faces, right? We have board members, I think, who are in their 7th year, and we have board members who are like in their 7th week, right? And so as one of the important things for a governing board and for a cabinet and a superintendent to be able to work together effectively is just to, spend some time getting to know each other, right? What we believe in, what we value, who we are as people. Because I think that helps us as we work through those relationships, and it helps us have honest conversations with each other. And so today, we've got a lot on the agenda. We'll go over that in just a second, but we want to spend some time. We want to be thinking like with each of our activities, even when we are scheduling future study sessions, right? And talking about future topics. It really is an opportunity to get to know each other. We know, right, that as governing boards, there are 2 meetings, right? We've got regular meetings and we have special meetings. And within the special meetings, we have 2 kinds, right? We have study sessions, right? That's an opportunity for us to come together, our cabinet or other members of the district to come in and provide you information. I think you have a study session in March, where you're going to be talking about budget and finance. Nothing more exciting to talk about in schools than budget and finance. We are fortunate in this district to have a very supportive community. I have worked in communities where they're less willing to support M&O overrides, bonds, those kinds of things. And so when you look around the valley and you see some of the challenges that districts are facing, it is nice to be able to have some resources to be able to continue to support our kids. And then we have those special meetings, so we have study sessions, and then we have retreats like today, right? Which is more laid back. I'm going to take the jacket off in just a second, but more laid back, right? An opportunity for us, again, to get to know each other. It's less formal. And so we do have the mics because we're live streaming, but it really is just a chance for us to come together and work together, get to know each other so that we build a foundation for us to be able to move forward with. So let's do this kind of activity again, but we're gonna switch it up just a little bit, maybe less formal, but we're gonna go around and I've got a couple of questions for you, right? First of all, we already talked about what we love about the district, but I would like you to share how long you have been with the district, just so that I have a better understanding. And then I'm going to give you a second to think about it. And then tell us, is there a story behind your name? All right. Is there a story that you can tell in public about your name, right? It could be your first name. It could be your last name, right? What is your story behind your name? So here we go. I'm going to kick us off, right? So my family, so first name is Jason. My mom and dad, my dad is a Methodist minister. My mom is a retired school. She was she retired as an assistant superintendent. So she came up as a special education teacher, assistant principal, right, all the way through. But growing up, right, so we came from not a like a hardcore religious family, but when your dad's a minister, right, we're kind of religious, right? And so my name comes from the Bible, right? In the New Testament, there's a Jason that is one of the original members of that New Testament. And you'll hear it comes up several times. And then it originates from Greek, Jason and the Argonauts, right? That whole thing. And so that's where they got my name from. I hated it when I was a kid because there were no Jasons, right? I was the only Jason in my small town in Iowa, and there were lots of Mikes and Steves and Brians, but I was the only Jason. And so I grew up that way. Oddly enough, I was in a meeting at Wilmang. There were about maybe 30, 40 of us in a room, and there were 5 Jasons in that meeting. And I was like, finally, my people are here, right? So that's the story behind my name, right? That's just a little example. Obviously, I've spent 33 years in public education as an English teacher all the way through superintendent. So that's kind of my story. I have 2 children. That's the other thing, a little bit about your background. I have 2 children, Bailey and Declan. I'm not going to tell you where they're Irish names. But Bailey is a senior at U of A, and she is looking to move into medical school next year. And so that is both exciting and very painful as far as how we're going to walk through that process. And then Declan is a senior. He's a senior in high school, and so we're in the process of choosing what his future is going to look like. My wife, Mara, is a flight attendant. As you can imagine, I was 7 years as a high school principal she tells the story always when Bailey was first born. And it was her, right? She had spent her time off, right, with us, and then it was time for her to go. A flight attendant doesn't leave at 8 and bless you, and come home at 6. So that first time, the terror in her eyes as I held little Bailey in my arms and she headed off for a 3-day trip. We didn't know how that was going to go, but we both survived. She came home. So that's a little bit about me. Let's go this way this time. Is that good? All right. So a little bit about your background and then the story of your name and how long you've been with the district.
I have been with the district 5 years. My background is I started as an elementary school teacher and moved up from elementary school principal K-12 principal and curriculum person, professional developer, research person, and then back to curriculum and superintendent. My name is Deborah and it's spelled in the Hebrew way. It's Hebrew Deborah was a famous judge in the Hebrew history. And so my mother would always accuse me of being very judgmental and not being patient. And that probably still carries through. So my name is very fitting to who I am. I don't have children. I do have a dog, and my dog is my constant walking and hiking and running companion, along with my husband, who teaches fourth grade, or no, now he teaches sixth grade math in the Washington School District.
Morning again. So I've been in the district for 6 years, came over here during the height of COVID from Tucson, where I had done all of my other professional life have been in Tucson, graduated from I grew up in Phoenix, but went to NAU, told myself I'd never come back to Phoenix, went to Tucson, lived in Tucson for over 20 years, and I was a middle school social studies teacher, sometimes also the science teacher, then became an assistant principal, and then became principal at 2 different schools. One Pueblo Gardens K-8, which reminds me very much of some of the schools that we have in our district, and then Mansfield Magnet Middle School, which was a gigantic middle school directly across the street from the U of A. There we had our 2 kids. So they were born and raised in Tucson, Arizona. Ilana, who is at NAU. She is her freshman year now, and she's going into, she wants to do pediatric physical therapy. And my son, who is a sophomore over at Campo Verde High School down in Gilbert, and he is doing all of the things that a 15-year-old boy should be doing. We'll leave it at that. My wife is a phenomenally intelligent, beautiful woman who has been nothing but supportive as we've gone through this, but she's been working this entire time as well. She is now a manager over a pharmaceutical company, Arizona Liver Health, and she manages the pharmacies in various locations around the state for them. And my background, or my name, so also came from a bunch of religious names. I'm Seth. My brother is Caleb. My little brother is Noah. We are not religious, so I think my mom just liked Old Testament names, but that's good because my dad wanted to name me Zur, Z-U-R. And so I'm really glad my mom won that particular fight, or else I would be Zur. And then to my last name, interesting story on the last name. My last name's Aylshire. It is very unique. That's because we thought it was totally made up. Family history said that we were a bunch of German immigrants that nobody wanted to hire. So therefore we changed our name to Aylshire, which sounds more English. We recently found out 2 things. One, I took a DNA test and I'm not German at all. I am pretty much Scottish, so that history is bunk. And then B, my daughter on a trip to Scotland found the name Aylshire in a log at a castle, and my family was apparently hopelessly indentured to a serf existence before we came here. So there it is.
Well, I'm originally from Western Pennsylvania, also Scottish, Scots-Irish. So I went to college. I taught abroad in Italy for 1 year after college, went to law school, I ended up working on the Hill for about 10 years. I worked in 3 different member offices, including covering education policy. And as my third boss was leaving, I had the opportunity to come here and work at the state level, which was exciting to me because I had been working at the federal level for so long. I was sort of ready to do something different. And I've been here for about 3 years, and I've been here for, I guess, about seven months, 6 months. And my name was because my parents could not agree on a name, so they both got their preferential name and they put them together.
A little bit about myself. I have always worked pretty much in education since I was actually 11 years old. I worked, well, not worked, but I volunteered at the local elementary school when I was in middle school, and I would teach third graders how to read. I did that for a while, and then from there, when I was in college, I worked in an internship where I also went back to helping teach children how to read. From there, my husband and I moved here about 5 years ago, off and on. And with that, I worked as a behavioral health interventionist. And so from there, I then was able to come back to the district, well, work in education again in the district. Um, Something about myself as well is I'm having a little girl soon. So that's something that I'm really excited about. My name actually is my mother's middle name and the first and last letter of her first name. And then my middle name is my father's middle name, or rearranged. So I have my parents' name. And yeah.
Hi again. The story on my name is not Jed Clampett. I know that that's what most people think. I get that a lot, and it's not. Yeah, that is the time period, and it's not Jedediah. It's just Jed. And my memory has faded over the years, but I think that my mother got that from a TV show called Rawhide. I think that's what she told me, but I can't remember, and sadly, she's not here to remind me of that. So that's my name. Not all that exciting, other than it's just Jed. That's it. A little bit about me is my impetus for education started. I was a student that just loved learning, and early on in my learning environment, sixth grade, I was tutoring fellow sixth graders in mathematics. And from that point on, I knew that I just loved sharing and teaching. And so from that point on, I've just always had that interest. And I can candidly say that I've enjoyed every single aspect of it, and that no job's harder than all jobs. They're all the same. They're everywhere you're at in the system. Everybody's just busting it. And it's so great to be part of a system wherever you are that's like that, especially here too. So anyway, that's a little bit about me, and love doing what I do. I already said that.
Hey, here's the problem. We're live streaming, my mother might see this, and so I'm afraid to tell the story that Dr. Elshire wants me to tell. Anyways, I've been with the district for 2 years. My background is in military public affairs. I spent 8 years in the Army doing public affairs work. And so that's my background before this. I'll give you a piece of the story, okay? So Nicole is my middle name. Because, my parents, they went through a time frame where they were just giving out some crazy names. Okay, so sorry, Mom, sorry, Dad, and my cousins and my sister, because I got the good end of this. So my mom, she went on a tear. So I have a cousin. She got named LaRonda. Now listen, my mother did this. And then my sister got Lakeisha. And then my other sister, not my other sister, my other cousin, she got Shandrika. So I got the good name because at least I got Lashana, but what's crazy? None of us use those names. We all use our middle names or an initial because it's hard out here. The end.
All right, so I've been here for 11 months. almost a year on March 4th. My mom got my name from Hank Aaron. I was supposed to be a baseball player, but I ended up in school finance. A little bit about me. So I started as a night custodian and kind of made my way up through the ranks. When I was working the night custodial, that's where I got a chance to get with the kids. And I was like, hey, maybe this is my calling. Maybe this is where I need to go. So my boss was the CFO of Maricopa Unified, and he asked me, he goes, what do you want to do with your life? And I said, maybe I want to be like you. And so he kind of mentored me and pulled me into the Maricopa Unified District office and as a fixed asset accountant, and just kind of made my way, learned all aspects of school finance. And it's really has been a short time, but it went quick. So that's about me. I have a wife. I have 5 dogs, 2 cats, no kids, and we like to go up to our cabin in the woods and just hang out.
So my name is Sarah Mystique. Everyone get your giggle. Named after a Hall & Oates song, which is giving away my age, Sarah Smile, and an article that my mother read in the paper about the Cubs' mystique. And so that is where I get my name. I have been with the district since I was an MSW intern at the prep in '98. Then I went on to be the school social worker at Bethune for 10 years. Then I came here to district office for 10 years as special populations coordinator. When I was student teaching, I had my bachelor's in education. I student taught in a multi-age kinder through 2nd grade classroom, and I knew that I could never do it well. I could never be a teacher. And I just realized that there was so much more to children being successful. And so that's what led me to get my degree in social work. Came out here from the Midwest. I'm from Nebraska and never made it back home. And so I've been in the district, 28 years, 26 years, something like that. And I have loved every minute of it. I'm, as anyone knows, pretty passionate about this place. I am married to a mechanical design engineer who doesn't get any of this. He's the opposite brain of all of us here, which is sometimes great and sometimes a pain. I have a 10-year-old. The apple didn't fall far from the tree. He's going to age me very quickly. He's very precocious and guides me in a lot of the things. Like when we have conversations here, I'll say, how do I feel about that as a mom? So that's kind of who I am.
Hi again. I'm just kidding. So my name's Erica, and my mom, she named me after Erica Kane from All My Children. So let me just date myself. I have 2 kids. I'm an adoptive mom. They're actually my brother's children that I'm raising. One I raised since birth, and then the other one came to live with me 2 years ago when my brother passed away. I've been in my position for a little over a year now. And then I have had opportunities to teach. I actually go into prisons and I work with incarcerated women, and I would teach humanity classes with ASU. And then eventually that led me into working with incarcerated youth. And now I teach a self-healing, self-awareness, self-love workshop. We call it popular education inside the county jail with kids. So I'm very passionate about kids, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
I'm Justin Graham. I've been here in this role since late November, I think was appointed, so not long, certainly. I got my boring first name kind of by way of my last name. So my grandpa that I got Graham from was from Scotland, and so all the Graham boys, going all the way back to a pretty famous Graham that was allegedly were related to. Everyone says they are, but there was a James Graham that got his head cut off. So all the Grahams are James and William and John. My mom did not like those names, so she kind of reached for something. She was like a Francophile and chose like Justin, the French Roman emperor name. As it happens, I was born in 1988. I had the opposite thing, which is that like every grade school class I was in for my entire life, like 90% of the boys were named Justin. I'm like the same age as Justin Timberlake. I'm of that vintage. So there was something in the air. Everyone was named Justin for like 18 months from like 87 to 89, I think. So I could have been a James Graham, a proud old name, but I got a weird trendy name from the late 80s. I am from Phoenix. I was born and raised here. I went to school in Boston, lived there for a while, but I've been back for a long time. I went to law and business school at ASU, so I was a real estate attorney for several years and have worked in commercial real estate ever since that, last 8 years or so. I live right around the corner over here with my wife, and we have two kids. A daughter's 5.5, and our son just turned 3. Yeah, he's especially busy, but it's all good. And yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Hello again. Um, let's see where to start. My name, I was named after my grandmother. I learned later in life I would be really excited about that because my mom said she was gonna name me Sylvia. No offense to any Sylvias, I just like my name. When she told me that, I clearly on one side. And I love my name because I was really close with my grandma when I was little. Um, I grew up on the same street I actually live on now. So it's a real treasure to come back to the neighborhood and serve in the community I used to walk to school in with my other grandma. Um, let's see, a little bit about myself. I am a mom, a parent of 3 adult children. My daughter graduated from Kenilworth. I got to meet Principal Anthony under completely different circumstances before I decided to run for the board, and so that he's got a special place with me, taking care of my daughter and what have you. So, I guess just so we're clear, I got everybody's name references, jokes, everything. So I will share that I am a teen mom. That's the only way I have adult children. Fast forward, I went back to school as a non-traditional student 10 years ago and worked at ASU as a research assistant for different professors and grad students, doctoral candidates. It was really fun. I know this will not be a surprise. I couldn't make a decision between what degree I was going to get, so I double majored and got a degree in criminal justice and public affairs. So public service, I think is what my degree is in. But right now, I work for the Creighton School Districts Foundation and just support all the programming that they have in place for their community. And other than that, I guess I should share that I worked for the state for a really long time. Not a really long time. For me, it felt like a really long time. So I served under the umbrella of the Department of Economic Security and supported people that live with developmental disabilities. So that was a really important part of my life because I got to see just different families, different scenarios, work with multidisciplinary teams on so many different levels. And I thought I grew up a lot at college, but it was that experience that really I really think it shaped me. So other than that, it's a pleasure and honor to be here with you all. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I'm gonna borrow your mic because he won't participate in every topic, but he doesn't get out of this one.
I was named after
He's a rookie because he doesn't know to turn his mic on and off.
yeah.
We got to get him on a board somewhere so he learns that.
I coached at Chandler Mountain Point for a long time, so I'm not used to a mic. I was named after my uncle, and he, I want to say he was like a really normal guy. He was a barber for like 35 years, but, what were the other questions?
Just a little bit about your back.
My background. So something that people don't know is, my wife and I were foster care advocates state. We adopted 4 kids. So all 4 of our kids we're like if you remember the old Benetton commercials, like we're all different shades. It's pretty cool. My wife is former Chandler teacher. She was in the Instructional Resource Center, so she oversaw the reading programs for Chandler Unified for a long time. I taught high school Spanish and math. I loved it. I coached, and we live in Tempe. We live, one of my oldest children attends Corona. I have, and then 3 girls who are in elementary right now. So, and they're all like, because they're all adopted, they all share the same birthday for 2 weeks. So I have bookend daughters. So they're 13 months apart. So, and they're all very amazingly sassy and independent for being their age. And it's great. So
Thank you for that.
yeah.
All right, I'll move this back over. So I moved out here from Iowa, so we'll have to be friends for at least one day, Nebraska. That's that's exactly right. That's when Iowa and Nebraska play football. And Iowa's won a lot. I won't bring it up. All right. So I moved out here in 1993 from Iowa. I packed up my little Nissan Sentra and went on an adventure and promised my mom and dad that I was only going to Yuma for 2 or 3 years, and then I would be back to start my family and right. And standing on the 3rd tee box at Desert Hills Golf Course on January 1st, 1994, I looked up in my shorts, my shirt, my golf shirt, and I said, I am never going back. So I had to break that to my family. I taught English down in Yuma for 4 years, and then transitioned up to the Paradise Valley Unified School District, where English teacher, assistant principal, director of curriculum, right? Love, right? Assistant superintendent, and then I went to the Peoria Unified School District. There, I was in Peoria for 4 years. I went there as the deputy superintendent. So here's how my 4 years went, right? So this little bit about how I think as a superintendent. So got there in the fall of 2019. They posted the superintendency immediately after I got there. So I spent the first semester basically interviewing, right? Trying to become the superintendent there, was named superintendent in December. And then what did we start talking about in February of 2020? COVID. So 3 years as superintendent. But if any of us who were in our positions during that time, and I would say, especially as a board member or a school superintendent, however, if you served 1 year, it was like 6, right? And so in COVID years, I've been a superintendent for like 20 years, right? I retired in 2023 from the Peoria district. I had a little bit of time off, and Paradise Valley called and said, will you come back and help us out? And I said, yes. And so last year, I was able to end my career back in the Paradise Valley district, where I started my Phoenix career. And that was just such a great joy. I worked with the board. I have worked with, I believe, 18, don't quote me, but 18 different school board members during my time as a superintendent. And so, right, that just talks about, right, all of how things move and change, and governing boards have different personalities and you work together in different ways. But here we are, we all come from different backgrounds. We've got unique names. We come with different experiences. Some have been here for a year. Some have been here for 26. Is that what you said? 26 years. But we're here. We all are in the same room together to do some great work. And one of the things, right, that I want to just sort of bring us back to, and that is when you all went through why you're here, every single person in some way or another talked about students and talked about advocacy, right? Regardless of what position, regardless of whether we're in human resources or finance, whether you were a board member, we all came back to that. And so I want to keep reminding us throughout the morning and throughout the day that, you know, why we said we're here, and that is really that advocacy piece. So let's talk a little bit about the day. First of all, as I looked, I'm like, wait a second, I missed governance, and I'm just going to scribble this on here, and rules of order, right? That goes right here. But here's throughout the day, these are the topics that we're going to be talking about. You've got your agendas in front of you. We're going to take breaks periodically. I've got still the teacher in me. I don't like us to sit for too long before we get a chance just to get up, move around, right? I think sometimes we have our kids sitting a little too, our students, right? Sitting a little too much, where they need to get up, move around, right? That helps us learn and participate and grow. And so we're going to be taking breaks pretty often. We've got lunch coming at some point, 11:30, perfect. We'll take kind of a longer break then. We'll kind of get our things, come back, and then we'll wrap up the day with that. Sound good? Okay. A lot of us have been sitting for almost an hour. So before we dive into governance and rules of order for the meeting, let's just take a 5-minute break, get up if you need to get coffee, water, check your emails, do whatever. We remember that our team is working, and so they've probably got things that they need to check on as well. So we'll come back when that clock says 5 after. Sound good? Thank you. for that conversation goes on, right? Break away and follow up on the conversation covered. All right, so as we talked about, right, we are going to spend a little time talking about governance, rules of order. After that, we're going to move on to governing board member values and board values, and kind of do an activity and then kind of transition through that. That'll move us into mission and vision, and probably going to sit here for a little while. This is going to take us a bit. And then we'll wrap up with some, we'll talk about brainstorm some future study session items, some board money, right? See, as we come up through the rest of the year. And then we'll end, I'll ask Dr. Gonzalez to walk us through the sort of questions and steps and wrap up that. All right. Okay, so I had a chance to meet with Dr. Sorry about that. Okay, Deborah. I had a chance to meet with Deborah last week, and we talked a little bit about some of the things that the board is just what she's hearing, right? And that's kind of how we put some of this together. And the first topic, because I think it's a good launching point, is a conversation around governance, around how our meetings run, what that looks like. And then kind of our rules of order. And so I want to start, I'm going to give you just like a minute to think about, right? When you think about governing board meetings, and I'm really talking about our monthly, right, business meetings, right? Not really our study sessions or our retreats, but our business meetings. You know, when you think about, because we've got all kinds of perspectives, right? New perspectives and some more veteran perspectives. When you think about your meetings and you think about how you want them to run, right? And you think about the process, whether it's, right, formal, informal, what are some of the challenges, what are some of the expectations that our board has when it comes to running a meeting? What are some outcomes? What are some expectations that you have that you'd like us to get to in this dialogue, right? In this discussion. And this is really more for our governing board members and our superintendent. But take a minute, think about what you would hope to gain from this discussion when it comes to how we run meetings, what that looks like.
Oh, is it
Sure.
is it like discussion time, or were you kind of?
Well, I was going to give you time to reflect.
Okay, great.
So maybe we'll take just another 30 seconds
Okay,
and then we'll
thank you.
jump in. You want to start us off?
Hi again. Quickly, what comes to mind is the survey that was sent out. It just really kind of got my head focused on Robert's rules. So my outcomes that I would hope for today is sharing like some references or good suggestions with each other as board members to kind of better prepare ourselves for Robert's rules. I was given just the book when we got here, and it was kind of like, here's what we do, and that was kind of it. So I think that would be helpful going forward for our newer board members to maybe have some more support in that area. And I'm always open to learning more because Robert's rules can be really daunting. So just kudos on the survey. Thanks for that.
Anyone else want to share?
You want to know what we hope to get out of it?
Yeah, just in this discussion, right? When we talk about governance, when we talk about our board meetings, how we run them, what that feels like, and maybe rules of order.
Yeah, so just specifically today with our goals, goals, mission and values. I'm hoping that we can all be on this, it's the start of a new year. We got new people in places. I hope that we can get all aligned and on the same page. And so that we're all working collectively towards the district's goals. So what that would do to our meetings is, be more informed, we'll be ready to go, more efficient. And hopefully, learn how to, the flow, because that's the Roberts Rules is kind of new for me. So just hoping to learn that flow while we're at it. So.
Any other feedback? Sure.
President Ovia brings up a really good point about being prepared and things for meetings. So I so appreciate that. So maybe a couple of norms on like what are best practices for getting our questions in timely to so that way meetings are more timely, because we'll have our questions already ahead of time, I guess. So what norms would be comfortable for the entire board?
Other feedback at all? All right, so let's just kind of jump in, right? So what I heard is maybe some references, right? And we can talk about what that might look like. Some best practices around how we prepare for the meetings, as well as kind of those rules of order and what that looks like. One thing I heard was they can be daunting, right? The thing to remember about rules of order, and I'm not using Robert's rules, right, on purpose, right? Because especially in your policy, in our policies, we don't reference Robert's rules necessarily. We all know that they're Robert's rules, right? But it allows some flexibility with the board, right? And your policy, it's BED, and those policies are in front of you if you want to pull those out. They give you a basic structure, right, on how to work with. And it's different in different districts. So I will tell you that in one district that I worked in, there is a motion and there is a second, right? And you ask for permission to speak to the president, and it's very prescribed. Another district I worked in, their culture was very sort of laid back when it came to those rules. Yes, you have a motion, right? And those kinds of things. There wasn't a second. It was sort of no one asked permission to speak, right? It was just, but they had worked together and knew each other for so long. And so together, we need to hear, the board president needs to hear kind of what you see. Now, I think you have both served as board president, right? So those members who are newer to the board, being board president, well, you can speak to it as a new board president. It's a little scary, maybe. Yeah? Yeah, talk about that just a little bit. Let me grab your...
On the mic. It's just a lot of work. Learning everything. I'm learning the way things are functioning. I kind of got to be spread everywhere. People want to meet with me more. So it's just a big learning curve for me. And, I like it though.
Yeah, of course. Good. Because you're doing it for a year. Yeah. Do you want to talk just a little bit about your president, like what it's like to be president? I didn't turn you on. There you go.
I think a clearer question might help me out to answer.
So what does it feel like to be president, right? To be up there and running the meeting and what, all of the things, preparing for the meeting with the superintendent?
Yes, that can be really scary. So if I didn't come up with a script ahead of time, it was just like a thing I had to plan ahead, or else it would have been a mess. But in my head, really. Because I think it does come with a lot of responsibility, and then there's a lot of other responsibility that you don't really anticipate until stuff starts coming up. Like one thing that comes to mind is our like PAC responsibilities outside when we have November election things popping up. Among, you know, extra meetings with people and understanding processes for things when just you get questioned about how everything works and stuff like that. So it can be a lot to take on and learn about as you go. Because there's no like, yeah, we get one kind of book for it, but other than that, it's a lot of self-directed kind of learning because I feel like each district might be different and handle things differently. So it can be a lot. So
Yeah, thank you
I
for
hope it
sharing that.
helps.
Yeah, so the board president, right? It feels, right, the rest of us watch, whether we're watching from the dais and the wings, or whether we're, right, trying to help the board president as we walk through a meeting, or whether we're in the audience watching. It seems so simple, right? But there's so much going on, right? When it comes to, you know, where are we in the motion? Where are we in the discussion? Where are we in the presentation, right? Have we, is this, you know, you're trying to feel like where we are in this dialogue, right? And so it can be really challenging trying to keep all of that together. And so one of the things that I have talked with boards that I have worked with about is we're all doing this together, right? The board president is up there and trying to run the meeting with the guidance of the board secretary, who's trying to keep everything straight and who's doing what and what's going on, and the superintendent. But as a team, right, we work together to help, especially when we're new, as a new president, trying to manage those things, because it can get like, where are we, right? Do I need a motion for this one? Those kinds of things. So let's talk just a little bit about what your policy says. So policy, you've got a bunch of policies, BE, and they go all the way through. And if you'll go to BED, right, this is where it sort of starts. And in BED, now, you know, as newer board members, anytime that your policy has the copyright next to the policy, that means that the district has not altered it from ASBA, right? So you'll have I'm assuming you have some policies that you've changed to make them yours, and they won't have the copyright. So here's the copyright, and this talks about the board president is responsible for running the meeting, right? So that's in policy, and that's why that role is so important. And then it goes on and it talks about some of your rules. And we talked about how rules of order can be daunting, and they're really not, all right? So when we think about the rules of order, right, why we use them and why it's not just come on in and we'll just, you know, we know that there's a public piece, right? We know that we have to be transparent with the community and we need to post our agenda, right? That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is how we run that meeting. When we talk about bringing up topics, when we talk about motioning, getting a second, right? So why, and this is open to everybody, right? Why is it so important that we have a framework for having some rules of order? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So the comment was to make sure that we're efficient, right? We're not wasting time, that it's clear.
It also brings order to our meetings, you know, to have it facilitated, or also like if we have a topic that gets people a little riled up, we keep everything, yeah.
Okay.
We keep everything in order, you know, just keep everything running smooth.
Sure. Yeah, so it not only is a tool for the board, right? But it's also a way to show confidence to the community, let them know this is how this works, right? You'll have your time to speak. Once you've had your time to speak, then the board will have an opportunity to discuss. Let me ask one quick question, because we didn't ask this. So when you do public comment, do you do it all at once? Or do you allow public comment on each agenda item? Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's a good way. And you do it at the beginning? Yeah, okay, good. So if somebody has a topic, right, they want to speak to anything that's on your agenda, they do it at the beginning, not, yeah, okay, good, 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 good. You're right, seen it both ways. And I think the public appreciates being able to speak at the beginning, especially if they want to come and have their voice known, but they don't want to stay. Right, 9 p.m. You are very lucky. I've had some, right? We can see some 1 a.m. 1 a. All right. Well, recently, right? So good, 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 good. Any other comments around why those rules are so good? I think you touched on a lot of them, right? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, exactly. And that's really what those rules are, is to provide that structure, right? And you had mentioned that they can be daunting, but they're really kind of simple when you break them down and just think about, right, what their purpose is. And so when you think about the fact, if you just break it into 4 basic areas, right? So the first area, right, that we have that's so important is that we set that agenda. Right? So the board president, I think I have this right, the board president and the superintendent, that's in your policy. That's right. Those 2 come together, right? And they speak to the agenda and they put that together, right? So you get together, you put it together, and then you publish that out to the public. All right. And then the board, right, has an opportunity to see that. You do it a week in advance? Okay, so a week in advance and the public has an opportunity to see it. You're being very transparent. I think that's wonderful, right? There are some districts who will just abide by that 24 hours. I have a tendency, right, when you work, you think about that, it's not enough time, right, for the community to be able to see what that agenda is. And it's really not enough time for the board, right, to be able to see that agenda. And you had mentioned earlier, right, some norms, and I think this would be a good time as we talk about preparing that agenda, right? Because you see it, the whole board sees it, the board president puts it together, then the whole, right, then the rest of the board sees it when it's published. Do you get it early or do you see it when the public sees it? Okay, all right. So you see it when the public sees it, you have an opportunity to look at that. So let's talk about some best practices or norms when it comes to, because you've got it a week in advance, right? And so let's talk a little bit about some norms around questions, right? And when you see agenda items or you have a question about an agenda item, you're seeking some more information, let's talk about what are some best practices when it comes to that. Because, and I'll say this for the general public, most people don't understand that you are not paid, right? You are volunteers. And so you have lives. What's that? He's like, wait a second. You get paid with the children's love, right? And their appreciation. No, so, right, you're volunteers and you have lives and families and right, your number one priority in your life, as I heard from your backgrounds, is not necessarily your meetings, right? And the district and being prepared. Like that's something that you have to fit into your very busy life. So what have you seen? I keep looking, you're some pretty novice board members, but I'll ask Dr. Deborah to also jump in about what do you see as some effective strategies when it comes to the agenda is published, right? And now I'm a board member and I have a question, right, about the agenda. What are some effective strategies or best practices that you've seen work?
So with our progress monitoring works, because those are fairly detailed, one of the best practices that we occasionally have experienced is getting board member questions in advance. So staff have time to research and provide thoughtful responses. When we don't get those questions in advance, if we don't have time to research, then the response at the meeting has to be, we'll provide a board update for you, which then precludes the opportunity for the public to hear that. So getting those questions in advance gives us time to make sure we're answering the questions so the public and our board members are hearing that.
I'm facilitating, sorry. Other,
Yeah, I just, for me, in being doing this role, I just kind of bring some of my own like biases to it. But one of them is for me is I'm just kind of like a completist. So I don't feel like prepared to be asking, interrogating questions. Cause certainly along the way, there have been things that I maybe have questions about or, have where we agree, disagree. So I feel like the thing I've tried to do is read all the materials as quickly as I can so that I can direct questions to staff. I whether we agree or disagree about individual items on the agenda, I think the like one thing I've certainly tried to hold myself accountable to, and I guess I'm encouraging everyone, and I've appreciated the effort in this regard, is let's give staff the opportunity to come with like the best version of an answer so that we can talk about it in public, even if it may not change my mind, but at least we have a more defensible position that people don't feel, and when I say people, I mean the people not in the four walls of this room don't feel like they're missing a conversation that they weren't a part of. So that's been like a really important thing to me, and I think unless there's other things I'm missing out there kind of within the rubric of the rules of order and open meeting laws, I just don't know a better way. That's just been a big agenda of mine, is like trying to expand the conversation, and I don't know a better way to do that other than just trying to allow staff to come prepared with the best version of an answer so that we can have the complete conversation on the record.
I love that, the way that you put that. That's really great.
So I think just a little bit of my perspective on that. So since our meetings are on Thursdays, a week in advance is Thursday. And some of these agendas are, very long. There's a lot of background reading to do just within the agenda. And then sometimes you have to go outside of the agenda. So for me personally, if it gets posted on Thursday, the weekend is the first time that I'm going to have to do a deep dive on it. And so it is possible to get questions in by like the end of the day on Monday, but that's kind of a race in and of itself. So I would actually propose that instead of 7 days, 10 days is much, much better, because that gives the opportunity to review it before I get to the weekend and then do a really deep dive in the weekend and then be ready and not feel like I'm throwing my questions together on Monday and just going with it.
Yeah, that's fair. The cabinet just had a heart attack. We'll talk about that in just a second. But you get there like, Yeah, I think you hit on that, right? Why it's so important to get those questions in. And you talked about Monday afternoon. Is that a kind of a expectation? Is that something we talk about? Like try to get them by Monday? Yeah, I mean, it's so, right? If we think about putting that agenda together, it is very complicated for the staff, right? Because they are putting an agenda together for Thursday that they're posting a week in advance, right? Once they post that, they're not just planning, right? Not just answering your questions, not just planning for Thursday's meeting. They've now moved on to the next meeting as well, or the study session or whatever that is. And so it gets really hard as we back that out. I remember being a cabinet member when we went from 24 hours to 48 hours, right? And that created a level of anxiety because right? We're planning, especially if we're in finance or we're trying to get people hired. We're doing that right up until the very last minute because we're trying to operate, right? And so that becomes a challenge. But from a governing board perspective, yeah, right? That would make sense. Like I need it as soon as I can. And so I think, you know, I know that everyone has heard that, and that's something to think about for the future. I would say a week, I think, is a pretty generous time span, even though, right, it might not feel like that when you're trying to, because, you know, we do this every single day, right? It all makes sense to us. And when you're a new board member and you're reading through documents and you're reading through consent items and you're thinking, like, should this really matter? Like, right? And you're trying to figure out what all of it means. It's hard. It's just hard work, right? And getting those questions in earlier, I really appreciate what you said about how important it is to get those questions in. You know, those last minute questions that might come in the morning of a board meeting, right? And people are scrambling now trying to get these because this team wants to provide you the very best, you use the term very best version, right, of that question, because they want you to be able to make an informed decision. And so the sooner you get those questions in, the more time they have to present those. You know, one of the things that we juggle when it comes to being prepared, and we talk about our meetings, I'm getting a little bit ahead, but is, a cabinet or a superintendent, a team, right, district team, doesn't ask for those questions in advance to prevent you from asking those questions at a board meeting, right? Right. And sometimes I think, or I have felt, or I've received feedback as a superintendent from board members is, you know, well, if I ask you the question, then you expect me not to ask it in the board meeting. Right. And that's not true. We want you to ask those questions, right? Because if you're asking that question, so are other members of the community. And we want to be transparent. We want to make sure that when the board makes a decision, our community knows that as a team, right, we've been able to do that. And so there are times, right, as a board member where you might be thinking, why doesn't Jed know the answer to that human resources question? Well, Jed's got a big job and a lot of employees, right? And there's a lot of technical pieces that come with human resources. And the last thing we ever want to do as a cabinet, as a superintendent, is what? Why are we, when we want those questions ahead of time? Because the last thing we ever want to do is tell you the wrong information, right? The days of board meetings where 5 people show up, right? And if we make a mistake, we can figure it out. Those are long gone. We put it right online. And if we say something incorrectly, right, that can be problematic. And it erodes trust for the community and it erodes trust with you. And so getting those questions in as soon as you possibly can is really, really important. The cabinet understands that you're busy, right? And as frustrating as it can be, as much as we scramble because trying to do our jobs and answer questions, it really is a valuable piece. Any other questions or comments on best practices for as we build that agenda or get questions in?
I've got a quick comment.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you so very much to everybody who's participated in getting us to 7 days in advance, because I do, I know what it feels like to ask for 10 days and then freak everybody out. So it's a dream of mine too. So I was kind of like, hey, as soon as you said that, when I know it was probably like people's stomachs just turned a little bit. So I do appreciate that because yeah, things get busy over the weekend and I am not good at getting my questions in timely, but I try to get them in so that way she's not knowing what I'm gonna say, and most of the time she'll get it and she'll squeeze it into her presentation, so that way all my
Mhm.
answers are already in the presentation. And I love that because I'm super introverted and I hate asking questions publicly. So for me, it's great if I can get my stuff in ahead of time, but I will do better and get my questions in by Monday. I'm just saying that out loud so I can be held accountable to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah.
While I do that because I know Board Member Trujillo's style, I don't put that in there so that she can't ask the question. Back to the point that was made earlier, staff love it when you ask the question, but we've had a chance to prepare and make sure we have the right information and the depth of information that's going to put your mind at ease that the question has been asked and answered thoughtfully. That's really important to us. And we try to have everything set 10 days in advance, but inevitably something is added or asked of, can we now have an executive session? Can we now? And that often ends up delaying the posting of the agenda until 7 days. But we're pretty consistent for the most part in getting to 7, but we do strive for 10.
And there's this balance, right, between the community having enough time to see it and also, right, if somebody looks at it 7 days and you had to make a change 3 days or 2 days before the meeting, there's some emergency that comes up. There's that balance between the community saying, wait a second, you changed the agenda, right? And so it really is that flow and what really works for you. I really appreciate your comments about those questions and some strategies just quickly when we talk about asking questions in the board meeting. Because you asked the question and you said sometimes then the team is able to answer those questions in the presentation. I've heard board members also say to me, well, the community doesn't know that I asked that question, right? And so how does the community know that we're not just sitting there listening, not asking any questions, right? Because then you get criticized as elected officials. You're like, why didn't you, right? Those kinds of things. And so you have that balance as well. And so, just a strategy that I've seen is after the presentation, when you've asked your question and you have answered that question and you've adapted your presentation to answer those questions, it's so great for you to say thank you to whoever's presenting for answering my question in your presentation. And that's a way to let the community know as well. Yes, we are reading this. We are asking questions, right? We're doing our job of overseeing, what is happening within the district. Yes, sir.
I have a question, largely for our new president, because I did ask that something be added just recently for this upcoming agenda, but it's probably worth talking about what your preference is. It's been pretty informal, at least from my perspective, the way I've asked for things to be on the agenda, but how early would you prefer them? If we have special requests to debate or be added?
So when we have our board meetings, at the end of the board meeting, there is a section that allows for board members to make requests for items on future agenda items or future board agendas. That allows us time to prepare the materials and get everything together. If there's a request for an executive session based on a topic that needs deliberation, we have to work to make sure that we have legal present, again, preparing for that. So if we back plan and we actually have a calendar that I believe has been shared with all the board members in terms of at what point do we drop dead certain have to have this information so that this can happen on the agenda. Everything is backward planned from thinking 10 days posting prior to the actual date of the agenda. In this case, we got something yesterday to add to the agenda, and hopefully we'll be able to post it this afternoon.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I'm responsible for that, so I'm somewhat apologetic, but I think it was important, and it was something that hadn't crystallized until the moment was asked for. So that's obviously not an ideal way to do it, but just that's helpful to kind of have some framework. somewhere between the prior board meeting, which wasn't realistic in this case, and earlier than we did it this time is probably the right answer.
And if we miss the previous meeting because maybe it wasn't clear yet that this was a request, we email you and you, just to clarify, we would then, so we could do that at any time. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think, putting that together and when you have topics, when you have items that I think a lot of that has to do with communication. And this is where the superintendent can really be a valuable tool for you because you may not, you will have more conversations probably with the superintendent than you might with another board member. And we have to be very careful about those conversations that we have between board members. And so a great conduit, right, is your superintendent. And then she can talk to you about, yes, okay, we have your request, right? But here's what I've had this conversations many times. Here's what the next meeting looks like, right? And we're going to be talking about A, B, C, and D. And we hope to get out of here. When do you start? 5 p.m.? That's awesome. Right? We hope to be out of here no later than 9. And this is why we're building the agenda the way that we are. Also, if we have multiple issues on an agenda that are, I don't want to say controversial, but emotional, right? That take a lot out of the community, that take a lot out of the team, we might not want to stack those in the same meetings, right? And so we're really being thoughtful about what that looks like from 1 month to the next, right? And maybe that agenda item is better as a study session item than it is as a business meeting item. And so just having that dialogue and making sure that we understand as a team what's going on, because nothing's worse than you make a request and crickets, right? Where is that? What are we doing? Like how? And so asking those questions and making sure that we get those items on there and what that looks like, I think is really valuable.
Excuse me. I just want to say that I really appreciate knowing like the process now because if I ever request something and it's too crazy, feel free to say no. Or, we plan something else. I'm not going to take it personal. So I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate you, just being workable with me and, helping me out. So I know now and I will work on that.
And I promise you, new board members, 2 or 3 years from now, I know that feels like an eternity, right, in board meetings, but 2 or 3 years from now, most likely 2, you're really going to start to feel like, oh, I get it. I understand it. I've seen that now once or twice or 3 times, and I don't have to spend, right? I don't have to spend hours reviewing the agenda because I can look at a consent item and I know what that means, right? It will get easier with each meeting. But right now, we can all recognize when we're new, right? Whether we're a new cabinet member or whether we're a new board member, it takes a lot to prepare for that agenda. All right, can we move?
One more quick share. Something I haven't used yet, but I know is available to me. Mrs. Shipp will post a form for agenda items, and it kind of helps give an opportunity to describe it more, so that way it's clear what it is that we're going to be asking for. So again, the structure, I really do appreciate it. Do we have that posted? It's in our agenda when that item comes up, I believe.
Yes.
Or I've seen, okay, just checking. But I think that's super helpful. So thank you for doing that.
Okay, so let's move on. Let's talk about those 2 motions, right? That second big piece of the rules of order and why we require here in this district, why we require 2 motions. Anyone have any thoughts on why we ask for a motion and a second? Yes, ma'am.
That's my sense of it, but so I feel like it's a balance between minority and in the sense that you want the minority, even one person, to feel free to make a motion, but in order to spend time on it, you want to have at least one other person that is in agreement.
Yeah, I think it's like an old part of parliamentary procedure to avoid people just, like tactically going in circles, proposing things against each other, right? I mean, one person could do that against someone else all day, so that's a way to sort of give some structure to especially a debate.
Yeah, I think you're right. Right. It really is that, especially, in some areas where a board member might, there are boards that where board members can just put things on an agenda, right? And so let's say you've got this topic that you care deeply about, and these three do not, right? Or we have talked about your topic over and over and over again, right? We've answered the question, but as a board member, you feel passionate about it, or you feel like you don't have, but the other members don't feel the same way. And that is one of the hardest things to remember as a governing board member, right? Because you are an individual, but you can't do anything without the other, in this case, 3 board members, hopefully soon 4 board members, right? You are a collective, right? And you do everything together. And so that's a really important piece. Where it can get super complicated as we kind of move forward in those, right? You've got the motion. So you address the topic. Let's just say a cabinet member has presented, right? Then the board president asks for a motion, you get a second, and now the board is able to discuss, right? And this is where I think it can get complicated, because you have a variety of things that you can do. The goal always, when you bring a topic for a decision, is to get that decision, right? That's another principle of the rules of order, and that is, right, that you get a majority decision when you vote, right? That's the goal. But there are some other options in a board meeting from the board. And this will also give cabinet some angst when right, as we talk about some of these things. But what are some of those other options, right? So we've got our motion, we have the second. It's now time to discuss whatever was presented. We're hoping to get to a decision, but what are some of those other options? You could table it, right? Let's say we get to, and this is where your superintendent is listening very intently along with your board president, and you get to the point where you're like, oh, that didn't go, right? That didn't go like we thought it was going to go. There was some, right? There are more questions than we can answer. And so there's an opportunity to table it, right? Other options. Or another option. You have the motion, you have the second, you discuss.
Do you mean amendment?
You can amend the motion,
Okay.
right? You can amend the motion. So then you have another motion, and then you need another second, right? So let's just say so now we have the topic, right? We've presented. You move. You have a second. Now the board's discussing, and a board member says, I think we need to amend the motion. And then you move to amend the original motion. Now what do we need? A second, right? Because, sorry to pick on you, you've amended the motion, right? You've made that motion. But the other 3 or 4 members don't agree, right? They like the original motion, and there's no second. Now what happens? You're back to the original motion, right? And that's where it can start to get a little complicated when we amend things. And so that's just as you feel that flow, and the more that you experience it, right? This is where the president starts going, wait a second, we're on this motion. Now we've got another motion. I need a second for that motion. I didn't get a second for that motion. So now I'm back to the original motion, right? And then somebody else says, well, maybe we'll amend it this way. So, right? And so that's where, as a team, between the superintendent and the president, and the key member of this piece, the board secretary, right? Keeping all of this straight. She's like, please don't bring me into this, right? But where we are, right? And that pressure that feels, but that's generally how that works. And so the advice that I have for you, and I typically, like, I don't like giving advice just from experience, is just go slow, right? The faster you go, the faster you get, the harder it is to stay connected with what it is that you're working on and staying in the mode, right? Let that teacher in you come out and check for understanding and make sure and use, right, as the president, use your resources to make sure that what we're doing right now is what we're really working on. Because again, at the end, well, there is one more thing that the board can do. And this rarely happens because it usually comes with tabling the item and saying we're going to address it. Really, if you're going to table the item, most likely the board is giving the superintendent direction on what you would like to see happen next, right? Bring it back at the next meeting. Or this sounds to me like I had a topic that came up. I was actually presenting the information, or I was on the dais watching somebody present the information, and it became very clear to me that we had missed a step in our process, in the district team's process. And you could feel the governing board start to ask questions about, wait a second, here are the stakeholders that were on this committee, but I don't see this stakeholder. And we really think that input would have been incredibly valuable. So what I'm going to ask, right, that the superintendent take it back, right? You refer it back to the committee, you refer it back to the stakeholder group in order to get that feedback, in order to bring it back. And so that's generally the concept. We're always going for a productive discussion, right? Because not everything's a decision. We're always going for a productive discussion. We're trying to eventually get to a decision where you all have enough information to be able to make an educated decision. Sometimes that decision is unanimous, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes 2 board members or 1 board member or 3 board members, right? Sometimes the decision is not unanimous, and that's okay too, right? The idea is that we get to that vote so that we can keep the district moving forward. And this team is dedicated to listening to if there is a board member who is not quite sure about that decision or not quite sure about what that looks like, or that I have 100% support for it. This team is listening to say, all right, how can we take that voice? How can we take that feedback and learn and tweak and change and grow as a team? Because if you have that thought, again, I'll go back to it, there are more people out there that have that share that same perspective, and we want to honor all of that. So that's generally how our rules of order go. The board president decides, right? The board president kind of decides what it feels like, how formal we're going to be, how informal we're going to be. Before we leave this topic, I want to just talk about one thing, because I'm not sure, I've watched a little bit, but you all are so new together. One of the formal pieces that different boards choose to use is being recognized when you're up at the dais. And so from your perspective, I'd like to hear a little bit about, just a little, so that the board president has some, and the superintendent have some more to build on, is that formality. Is that something that as a board you appreciate? Do you, this current board and your current personality and your current, right, how you work together? Do you feel like you like the, Madam President and then being recognized to speak? Is that how you currently do it? Is it a little more freestyle? What are your thoughts?
I like the formality of it, asking permission.
I'm trying to think, do we do that? We don't.
So I think what I'm hearing, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
We do, but not as formally as that.
Okay.
I feel like we don't ask for, because what would you be saying when you're asking for recognition?
So it really depends, right? And that's a level, but there are some boards, I've worked with boards who would say, Madam President, and then the president would say, yes, board member, right? It's your turn to speak.
So I think we do, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we do, but it's, I think, less formal than that, right? It's, speak.
It's more formal from staff, not as formal within the board structure itself. Is that fair? I would always start a presentation with thank you, Madam President, but I don't know that the board addresses
Each other that way.
Yeah.
And are we comfortable? We like that? Because this is guidance to your president, right? This is guidance to say,
Yeah, I guess I'm less sensitive about like the honorifics, but I do think the structure of asking for permission to speak is like a reasonable one, and like we know there's more controversial things coming. I do think it does something to signal intentionality and seriousness to members of the public, in particular if we disagree about something. So I think it's a good idea. I have no problem with this. I would encourage, I guess we could commit to doing that, to requesting permission to speak when it's open discussion time. I think it's like a reasonable, it's a little silly, but it matters when when people are talking over each other, for sure.
so excellent feedback, right? That allows your president to know a little bit more and feel a little more. It prevents people from talking over each other, right? So I think it's a valuable tool because when you have to be purposeful about how you ask, right? Now I would like to speak, right? Now the president is managing all of this to make sure that each of you have your time to speak at a board meeting. Each of you can ask your questions and get your perspective out. And you're right, when there's simple topics, as if there's such a thing, right? It's easier. But when things get more emotional, when they get more controversial, when they get harder, it is a good tool to be able to keep that meeting more efficient, more productive. Last question I have for the board, and that is, how formal or informal, you brought this up, do you like the cabinet to be with the board, right? And I'm going to give you an example, right? Different boards handle this differently. So when you think about parliamentary procedure, when you think about like how you would address the state legislature, right? So here I am, you're a committee on the state legislature. I'm here to present to you. And Deborah, right, is leading the meeting, right? She's the committee president, or let's just say the board member, right? The board president, right? And Jed asks a question of me, right? Now, I think the cabinet knows where I'm going here. I'm not sure if the board does yet. If I'm at the state legislature, this is how this works. Jed asks me a question. I say, Madam President, Jed, here's the answer, right? And then I start to talk, right? Is that what you currently do? You would just answer the question of the board member. And we like that? Listen. Right? You see how you can be very informal and you can go all the way to really formal. And it feels to me as I'm listening and I'm walking, as I'm watching the room, we like somewhere in the middle, just a little formal, but we don't have to go completely, right? Parliamentary procedure. And that feels to me like what I'm hearing from the group. So as a board, as a superintendent, we feel like we're in a better place when it comes to sort of the rules of how a meeting works, how we build that agenda out, what our goals are to get to the end of a discussion or get to the end of a decision in a very productive, efficient, effective way. I'm looking around just for some, yeah, good. All right, let's take a break.
Got a
Oh,
quick-
yes, no, let's not. Let's keep going.
You mentioned breaking things down into four, I'm assuming like a structure of some sort. So from what I heard, I'm assuming it's the motion, the option to table, amend, or refer. So I just want to make sure I got the four things you.
Yeah, so let's go back and just look at that, right? So the four basic areas of the rules. The first one is to set the agenda, right? That's number one. The second one is how we start the dialogue, right? That's that motion procedure. Having a motion and getting a second. That's the second big principle of rules of order. The third is how we interact with each other in that discussion, right? What that feels like, what that looks like as a board. And then lastly, right, how we get to a decision, right? Or how we get to a next steps forward, whether that's a decision, yay or nay, whether that is table, whether that is refer it back to a committee. Those are those four areas. Thank you for clarifying that. Can we take a break? All right, so let's come back. I say at 10 after, but it's probably more like 12 after or so. All right, thank you for that discussion. I really appreciate it. All right, so we're gonna keep moving. Now we're missing Justin. Okay, perfect. Bless you. So one of, just as we sort of come back and kind of recenter ourselves around the work that we're doing, one of the kind of icebreaker, get to know you, right, activities is tell us about an embarrassing moment, right? I hate that one, right? I really don't like that one. We use it a lot, right? But I will share that I learned early on we're just getting started. I learned early on when you wear, what do we call these things? Mr. IT guy? I forgot your name. Help me. Randy. What do we, what do we call these? Okay. No. Yeah. So, right, when you're wearing these, I had an unfortunate not turn off. I'm just going to leave it there. But yeah, hot mic moment. Fortunately, it wasn't a board meeting. It was on break. I'll let your imaginations run wild with that. Okay, so quickly, before I'm going to check in on where we are with the last conversation, but I just wanted to touch on why I'm here. Why do you bring in someone like us, right? Like I caught you in mid-bite, right? Why do you bring in a facilitator to come in and just kind of walk you through some of these topics? Why is it important? Why doesn't just one of the team members or the superintendent facilitate this? Yeah.
Because we all participate. So we need somebody to guide us and walk us through that process.
An external facilitator doesn't have prior knowledge that may preclude an open discussion.
I'm just a big supporter of a neutral third party, so I appreciate bringing someone that's outside of the district to help us with the conversation.
Anybody from cabinet want to chime in? Like, no, we're good. Yeah, I think all those are the right reasons why you invest in something like this, because it's not easy. I've done both, right? I've been a superintendent who's tried to facilitate a retreat or tried to facilitate really just retreats, right? Or if you do multiple ones in a year, or a mid-year, beginning year, mid-year, and it's hard, right? Because you want to be engaged. Right? Cabinet wants to engage in the conversation, and they're really listening intently, on some of the feedback that you're getting. And so that's why that's important. And one of the reasons why I chose to partner with SSA is how much that Ivan and his mission, his vision of what this can be, whether it's through coaching, whether it's through facilitation, whether it's through searches, is that we bring leaders who are very recent to the work, right? And I say this knowing that 10 years, probably 5 years from now, I'm going to be like, stop saying that, right? But it's so important. Like the people who have been able to provide me guidance and mentorship are the ones who have recently lived it or are currently living it. Right? They can provide a unique perspective. I shared when I went to Wilmang with them, like, you have to use me now, right? Because I know everyone, right? I guarantee, regardless of the district, somebody knows me or I know somebody, right? And so that's a really valuable tool when it comes to networking. In the world of superintendents, we don't last long. Right? That turnover has a tendency to happen. Anybody know, this is old research, but I did my dissertation on superintendent tenure, right? I don't know if you know Dr. Geston. He was the superintendent at Phoenix Union. So he was a year ahead of me in my doctoral program, and he did his research. He studied superintendents who were in their positions for less than 3 years and looked at characteristics and circumstance and those kinds of things. I built on that, and I looked at superintendents who were in their positions for 5 years or longer and looked at characteristics, right, and those kinds of things. And it was amazing. Anybody know the average, give or take? 2 to 3 years? 3 to 5? Yeah, it's about 2 to 3. Somewhere in the high 2s, low 3s, right? Depending on what research you study. That's good for the board to know because the job is really hard, right? It's really, really hard. I will tell you that somewhere, so remember my last day was June 30th. It was somewhere in October. I woke up, I grabbed my cup of coffee, and I went, did I sleep through the night? I think I did, right? One of the first times that I had slept through the night in a long, long time, right? And that doesn't, superintendent, cabinet, principals, right? We're constantly thinking about the work that we do because anybody want to venture a guess why? Yeah, we're not building widgets here, right? If something goes wrong, we can't, if we can't fix it by getting the team together and making some changes as we build a building, right? The consequences are so significant in the work that we do, whether you are a board member or whether you are a staff member. There's a lot, and a lot of people are riding on us. Okay, so I want to check in specifically with the governing board, just on give me a thumbs up, middle, thumbs down on how you feel now sort of about that process of building an agenda, walking through a meeting, right? Give me thumbs up. Okay. And we had just one follow-up question before we move on to values. You want to share that with us?
I had a question based on the survey that was sent out, and it brought up the point of, I forget the correct word on the survey, but just knowing knowing how to interrupt before a vote or while discussion is going on when you need more clarification or there's a couple different ways it can work, but I think some direction on that would be really great because I've never done that before.
So I'm gonna, we talked a little bit about asking permission, right, from the president, right? Getting acknowledgement from the president, right, before we speak. So I'll just kind of throw this out to, right, our superintendent or maybe the board president on what that might look like. So a conversation is going on. We don't go, hey, right? What's an effective way in this district to jump in?
In our district, since I've been here, we haven't had that sort of an issue, but I will say in prior boards that we've served on, there's the moment before it goes to the vote, the president will call for the question. And so they'll repeat the motion. And at that time, if there's further question or further, I need a point of clarification, then it would be Madam President or President. Mr. President.
Yeah.
So at that point, then they would ask, can I have a point of clarification and settle the question? And then once you get that, then again, I'll call for the question. Is there a second? So call for the question is the moment at which you are saying, okay, all questions have been answered. It's time for us to come to the motion and make a vote.
I think it's when it comes to that, regardless of when it is in the discussion, right? We're just always trying to be professional, kind to our, right? Even in moments when we disagree, because it will happen, right? We will disagree. And when we do, right? We want to be, and this is now we're kind of segueing into our values, right? I think it's important that the entire team be good examples for the children of this district, for the children of this community, and show them that we can disagree and it's okay, right? And we're going to vote, and sometimes the vote is going to go my way, sometimes it's not going to go my way. And when it goes my way, I don't jump up and cheer and run around, and right? And when it doesn't go my way, I don't throw a temper tantrum either, right? Even though we may want to, right? That's not how we operate as a team, as we operate as a as a family, right? Okay. So let's talk about values, right? So as we move, I move this over here. As we talk about and we move into this values, mission, and vision, and I'm keeping an eye on the time. Lunch is going to be here. We had a correction. Lunch is going to be here around noon. So we're going to try to kind of move this. We'll interrupt halfway. But these three things, right? Values, mission, and vision, they all go together, right? You can't separate them out as three separate things. You have to identify kind of your values before you can identify the vision and the mission, all right? But I want to set the table here a little bit, right? So as we do this work and we get this feedback, we're going to do an activity just to kind of talk about it's more of a get to know you activity, and then we're going to transition into real values, mission, and vision. Whether we are able to today craft the board values, the board vision, and the board mission, that will remain to be seen, right? I doubt it. I'm just saying it, having gone through this activity many, many times with boards, rarely are you able to kind of get it dialed in the short amount of time that we have. And so my goal, what I'm hoping for, and I'm going to look to the team to make sure that you're comfortable with this, is that we get a strong foundation in values, we get a strong foundation in vision, and we get a strong foundation in mission, that maybe we get to the point where we can turn that over to the team and let them wordsmith and come back to you with something, right, that captures what we're talking about today. Maybe we don't get all the way there, and this needs to carry on, right, in a further discussion. But we want to just kind of wrap our heads around values, mission, and vision, right? Because it's important. The other thing that I want to, right, we are not here today, right? That would not be in our purview to establish the values, mission, and vision of the school district, right? That's not our goal today, right? My recommendation to you, you could do whatever you want. My recommendation to you is that if you're going to work on school-wide, district-wide values, missions, and visions, values, vision, and mission, right? You bring a whole team of stakeholders together, right? You've got voices from across the community to develop that. What we're talking about today is the values, the vision, and the mission of the school board, right? And your roles and responsibilities, and as a board, how you want to function, okay? So that's what we're talking about here. But let's jump into values, okay? So this is a little bit more of a get to know you activity. In your folders, I believe, provided by Dr. Gonzalez, Deborah, is a list of values. There's the one, Brene Brown, right? That is a list. There, we're holding it up. So these are examples of values, right? Values are something that we connect with, right? That guide us. They're sort of our North Star, all right? They're the things, whether they're personal or whether they're professional, right? They're the things that guide us each and every day as we make decisions, right? We fall on those and we know. So we're going to talk about personal values right now. This is part of that get to know you. And we're going to ask everybody to participate, okay? Everyone's participating in this part. So here's what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to look at that list. It is not an exhaustive list of values by any stretch. There are a lot on there, but if there are items, you can see at the very end, if there are items on there, right? If there's a value that is near and dear to you, write it, right? You know, you can write it in that list. But what I want you to do is go through and pick out 10 values and put a star next to those things. 10 things that you, when that resonates with you when it comes to your values, right? And again, if you don't see something on there, add it to the end of the list. Just add 10. Star 10. I'll give you a few more minutes. There's no judging. $30 left. As you're wrapping that up, right? You can see as you went through that list, right? It's just some examples. There's, these are the why, right? These are the why we do what we do, why we are who we are, right? What guides us in life, what guides us in our profession, what guides us as a parent, what guides us as a friend. They're those values. So with that list, right, there's others, and some of you added, right, to your list. Was it easy to get to 10? Hard to get to 10? How'd that feel? Are there some in the list where you're like, how can I not value that? Right? Could have picked a lot more. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, right? It's like, that's why I'm like, there's no judging. Because if we go to your list and we say, wait a second, you don't value, of course, right? But that may not be just something that you think about regularly. Okay, so it wasn't easy to get to 10. How much harder is it going to be to get to 5? A little bit harder. Look at your list. And now, however you want to do that, put a star, circle, whatever it is to signify, I just went from 10. Now I'm coming down to 5. Hmm. We're getting to 5. It looks like most of us are close. Harder? Easier? More and more challenging? I'm seeing some heads nodding. Harder to get to 5 now, leaving some of those behind, right? They're not gone, right? They didn't disappear. They're not things that I don't value. They're just things right now. They're 5 things that that are getting more and more to my center, more and more to my everyday, more and more to what I believe in that guides me in my professional life, in my personal life. So if getting from 10 to 5 is hard, how about 5 to 2? Again, I'm not saying I don't value those things, but I'm narrowing my focus down to 2. So it was hard getting to 10, a little harder to get to 5, probably just a little harder to get to 2. Is anyone who's looking at the list right now saying, I have to add a value back? I have to have 3? Or are you comfortable with your 2? Because it's okay. If you want to go back and you want to add one more, you're like, I can't live with this list unless that third one's on there. All right. So this is the part where we don't force participation, right? And the reason why I don't force participation as I facilitate this is sometimes you're not as comfortable, right? Sharing as we get more and more personal, right? As we get more and more down to kind of some of those things that drive us. But someone is going to have to, by the way, I guess I am going to force one person to participate. Who would like to share with us their final two, I had to add my third one back. This is a safe place. The entire world is watching.
I put faith, integrity, did add a third. So stewardship.
Okay, restart again because you were breaking up through the mic there.
So I do have three.
Okay,
Faith, stewardship, and integrity.
faith, stewardship, and integrity. Who else is brave? Thank you for kicking us off. Who else is brave enough to share with us? Is that a way to guilt you into participating? Yes.
So for me, I put accountability, transparency, and then my third one would be collaboration.
Accountability, transparency. And
And I put faith and community.
faith and community. So I'm going to put community here.
I had understanding and collaboration.
Belief,
Ethics. I couldn't decide, so connections. I have three.
I had authenticity and service.
all right, that's a good list, right? That you came up with, right? And are there any commonalities that you see? Like if we could take these and group them together. Because different words, right? They have different definitions in different meanings. Sometimes they mean things, even though you can read the definition, they mean different, right? Different things to me than they might to you. What are some things we can group together there?
I think when you look at things like faith, trust, belief, ethics, those can come together under a frame of a higher power or being able to go beyond yourself.
Some guidance, right? It's what moves us through the world.
Say community and collaboration can be merged together. That's what collaborating.
Yeah.
Others and community.
Right? Community, collaboration. Anything else that would go with this? Connection, sure. Yeah. Right? Who we move through the world with. What does that look like?
I think looking at stewardship, when we think about community connections, collaboration, I think stewardship can also fit into that. Service, yeah.
Yeah, service. Yeah, there's no right answer, right? These are just, as we look for commonalities. Because even though we have this list of things that we kind of came up with that stood out to us, now we start to group them together And now we're coming up with maybe 3, maybe 4 areas of commonality between us. And I refer us back to when we started and we talked about where we've come from, right? What our backgrounds are. Again, we're all coming from different backgrounds. Some of us had a poor upbringing in Nebraska. Others of us had a much better upbringing in Iowa. Right, but we all came from different places, right? We all live in different communities potentially, different neighborhoods, right? We come with different perspectives and different ways, again, that we move through life. But when we get through all the way to the end of this and we start grouping them together, it's not surprising given that, right? When we shared why we're here, almost all of us talked about advocacy. Almost all of us talked about community. Almost all of us talked about children, right? Students. Why it is we do what we do. That's what values are. And so when we group these together and we come up with those 3 or 4 things, it's just a good example then of how we get to where we want to be when it comes to collectively 5 board members coming up with values. All right. Now, a lot of these values that we chose as our personal values might show up in a few minutes as we start talking about governing board values. And so if you'll switch that page and you'll go to some more examples. Right? And we start thinking a little bit more, like you'll see some of the values that were on the previous list, right? There's a lot that's in there that don't necessarily directly relate to you as governing board members, right? But here, we have a new list of things that as you can see, right? These are more specific to the board. Why? I've got a question for you. This is audience participation. Why did we narrow the list? Why did we go from the big list to 10, from 10 to 5, and from 5 to 2? Some of you had to have 3. Why did we go through that activity? Just as an example, not just to get to know each other, right? Because I think this helps us understand each other. But why did we go through that activity? Why is it important to do?
I think it's collaborative to really hone in and get to more of what we're going to focus on.
Okay, all right. What we're going to focus on.
If you look at Brene Brown's work, one of the things that she says is that if you value everything, you value nothing. And so the action of forcing yourself to identify what are those values I hold most dear, help us to really hone in on what are the things that matter most to me. What am I willing to die on the hill for versus what do I just think is a good idea?
Any other thoughts?
I just want to echo what Dr. Gonzalez said because it's easy for me to come up with 2 or 3 because I think about my personal values on a regular basis. This way I navigate personal relationships with my kids, everything. And so it was easy for me to just come up with like key ones that I think regularly, just so I can answer something.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah, right? I think the importance of the activity, not just to kind of share who we are, right, at our core, but also if we are focused on that entire list, right? If we're focused on every single thing on this list every single day, we're not going to get anywhere, right? Because we're so focused on each individual value that it's hard for us to stay focused, to be efficient, to be effective, to run effective meetings, to make effective decisions, to communicate to our community who we are and what we believe, right? It would be very difficult for our community to understand who we are if we had this as our set of values. Much like this list, when you refer to the governing board, potential governing board values, if you had, right, if people went to your website and saw this list, does it make sense? You know, are things on here things that, you know, generally speaking, we all value or we value in some way or another? But for your community to see that list would be hard, right, to stay focused on the service that you're providing them, right? And so as we walk through this next piece, this is where we're going to have to kind of, as a group, and I'm going to kind of move away from our board or move away from our cabinet and focus in, right, on our board, right? This isn't a final list as we work through this, but we're building that foundation. So we're going to do a similar activity here to try to hone in on 2, if we absolutely have to, 3 values, right? So we have a list here of a 20-ish. Can we get to 5? They look intent and purposeful. So I'm going to say yes. Can you get to 5? How we doing? 5, 5, 4, waiting to check 5. It's not easy. Four was easy? All right, yeah. No, I get it, yeah. By the way, I'm going to throw a wrench in this. If there is something that is not on that list that stood out to you, you can add a value if there's something that wasn't there. Okay, so let's talk just a little bit about, was that easier or harder than taking that kind of list of personal values? Is it easier or harder to get to kind of when, as you now put on the governing board hat and you think about identifying a few 2 values, getting down to 5? Easier or harder?
Went a little faster for me, so I'm going to say it was easier. But
Okay,
I think having the first exercise really helped me dive into this one.
okay. As a facilitator, that is awesome, right? That's what it's supposed to do. as you look at the 5 that you identified, because you know what's going to happen next, right? So what are some thoughts you're having as we're heading into lunchtime? Just some feelings that you're having around identifying just 5.
I think for me, it's harder because these things are necessarily like consensus focused, right? Like speaking on my own behalf, certainly the first pass, the things that are most important to me. But as noted, like these are all good things, but they're often tension when you're talking about real world trade-offs decisions. So I think the challenge is thinking about where you can find alignment on what will really be like negotiables. Thinking about that there, some things are so not so easy.
Yeah. I have this conversation with my wife and children often as we try to find consensus and alignment, right? Not easy as a family, right? And we live with each other, right? We've sort of come up under some similar values, right? Some similar guidance and are alike. But when we're trying to think about 5 board members, right? Right now 4, hopefully soon at some point in the future 5, right? It gets a little more challenging. What else? Other things that you're thinking about right now. You're like, as we identify these and we start to, we think about like communicating them out to the community, right? Here are 2 or 3 things, values that guide us every single meeting, guide us in our decision making. Anything else that you see that you're just stands out to you?
I noticed that my perspective and my experience lets me feel more confident in some of my choices because I can group some of them together. So I feel like I'm getting a
Okay.
more inclusive list while I'm having to really laser focus down. So I notice I can join some of them better than I did the last list.
Thank you for sharing all of that. All right, so you could see where this is going, right? And we're now, as a board, trying to think about the things that we value, and how do we form some consensus around that, right? Whatever we're talking about today is not set in stone, right? This is work that will continue, but remember, we're trying to build that foundation so that we can stand on that foundation and move forward in developing some more specific things. I mean, you would never go into that activity on an empty stomach. So there is lunch somewhere. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. Well, you want to give some directions?
We have bean and cheese pupusa, chicken tamales, there's a chickpea salad, a chicken salad, and lemonade as well outside if you'd like to have some in the foyer.
All right. So we've got some time here. I'm going to kind of play it by ear because we have a small group. So we're just going to take maybe 15, 20 minutes, right? Get our lunches, kind of come back, hang out. When it feels good, we've got a lot to do in the last hour, hour and a half. All right. Thank you, everyone, for all your participation so far. Let's have some lunch. right? Sit around and have an opportunity to share just personal stories, work stories over a meal. I think so much of the time it's, we don't get to do that because we're working so hard and we don't take time as a team to sit down together. We don't take time, right? Boards, you gotta post when you're all gonna be somewhere and you gotta be thinking about, you can't talk, right? And it's one of those things with a school board that is just simply unique to other elected officials, right? Nobody is telling 5 legislators that they can't go to lunch together and have a conversation. But with governing boards, right, we have to be thinking about that. So when we have those times just to talk about family and kids and, right, leaving dishes in bedrooms and what is that all? Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. So, all right. You don't need to stop, right? Keep eating. This was scheduled as a working lunch, but I think it's good to take, 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes or so just to take a break and relax and enjoy each other. Okay, so where we left off, can anybody tell me where you think we left off?
This is Carmen. I believe we left off sticking with our 5 governing board values that we chose. And I say that because I don't want to go down to 2, but I will.
That's right. That's where we left off. We left off with the work of narrowing our focus here. I'm just going to ask, did anyone add a value? Just for okay. So we're working with what we've got here. And again, I want to remind you that what we do here today is a foundation, right? It's not set in stone, right? The board can't vote on this. This is a retreat. It is not a business meeting. And so we're just kind of shaping our thoughts around our values, and we're going to move to what vision is and mission. And however far we get is how far we get. I've talked with Deborah about that, and I think we can kind of hone in on that foundational work that we can build on. So, or you can build on for the future, or we can build on together. Okay, so where we left off, there were 5, right? So now, this is that hard part that we said we wouldn't do on an empty stomach. Now that we've had a chance to have some amazing food from our, what do you call it? Child nutrition team. So thank you, child nutrition team. Shout out to them. Fantastic food. Let's start doing a little bit more of the heavy lifting, right? So we have 5. And now we got to get down to 2, right? 2 areas of focus, right? 2 values that as you look at those, what are 2 of those 5 values that you're just like, these are the 2 things that matter to me, that guide me, that I think about? All right, so let's see where we are. Who wants to go first and share with me? Okay.
This is Carmen again. I chose student-centered focus and responsibility.
My English teacher, I didn't have whiteboards, chalkboards, right? Handwriting, so hopefully you can read that.
I'll go. Mine were trust and excellence.
Trust and excellence.
Mine were student-centered and transparency.
All right. So we have student-centered, responsibility, trust, excellence, and transparency. And we had two student-centered. As you look at that list, if you had to narrow your focus down to two, is there one of those that you could remove?
You're looking at those values, think about what the values are. Is there a similarity that will allow you to remove one?
Thank you for that. Remember how we did that grouping thing? Could you group any of these?
Something like thematically the same about trust and transparency, right?
So just to make sure we heard you, so you said there may be some commonalities between trust
Yeah.
and transparency?
The theme, yeah, they're not exactly the same thing.
Right,
but yeah.
exactly. Yep.
Would even put responsibility in with that, because if we're all being responsible, then you build trust and transparency in those ways. So I would even loop that in there.
So I'm going to give you, right, the people who said transparency, trust, or responsibility. I'm going to give you a second to think about that, right? Because those were yours. And as you looked at those definitions, if you said responsibility or trust or transparency, if somehow we were to group those into one or come up with a different term, could you live with that?
Can you establish trust without transparency or responsibility?
It's a great question. These may build on each other. What do you think? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I said trust, so obviously I'm like biased that way, but I think what my perspective about it was that it certainly includes transparency, responsibility, commitment. Like the trust is the outcome that is important to me. That's the thing that I'm like fanatical about that, but it requires those things certainly.
If you were to narrow those values down, right? So let's just, for instance, right? I think it's going to be hard for us, right, to remove student-centered, right? I think that would be a challenging thing for us to do, given what we talked about, where are we at, 4 hours ago, right? About why we're here. So it'd be hard for that. So excellence maybe stands on its own. Could you live with grouping this together into trust? So imagine student-centered, trust, excellence. I want to capture that here. So community. Transparency was yours, so I want to responsibility, I think, was yours.
Yes, I could live with the grouping. And I do like the community trust part, kind of trying to, I don't know, gather some more description around the word trust. So thank you for that.
I see you thinking. Yeah.
But, responsibility, trust, transparency, all that. So I was just kind of thinking about that.
So I heard we like community.
Yeah.
And I heard, I'm seeing some heads nodding where we think, yeah, that makes sense. If we were to use trust, that it would encompass transparency and responsibility. And then we talked about adding the word community. Is community, as I look at the three of you, knowing that we're missing one board member, but potentially down the road, 2 perspectives. Is community the word that you like? Community trust. It's okay to say yes, absolutely. All right. All right, so I'm gonna take the red marker here because every English teacher likes a red marker, right? And I'm gonna come to student-centered. Community trust. And excellence. I like it. I don't work here. Oh, wait, I am a community member. Hey. All right. So now let's just, think about down the road, right? We built this, right? These 3 values. Doesn't mean that everything else on the list, right, isn't important, right? We're working on these things every single day. But here are 3 things that as we make decisions, we're going to refer to, right? As we held our meetings, right? As we work with our community, they're just kind of those 3 things that stand out for not just the board, right? Because our cabinet, all of our staff, right? All of our students, right? Our community members are going to look at this with kind of a lens on the work that we do. I like it. I think you never know, like when I think about these activities, when I think about this process and facilitating this, you don't know where we're going to get to, right? But I really like those 3 areas. Now, as you add a 4th board member, right, who had to step out, and as you get that perspective, right, the superintendent, right, Deborah is going to be working with her, and then you add a 5th member at some point, right? We're probably going to need to develop this, right? Spend some time in a study session, maybe at your mid-year retreat, depending on if you have one, right? Spending more time here, right? Just to make sure, just to do a check-in and make sure that these 3 things and the work that you've done here over the last hour and a half to get here remain, that they resonate with the other members. So if these are our values, and I'm going to tear this off. Put those front and center, right? So if we've come down to student center, community trust, and excellence, right? These are the values that then we start to think about our vision and our mission. So let's talk about what vision is. Does anybody want to venture a guess or tell us, right, what you have studied or what you know about vision? When you think about organizations, what is vision versus mission? So take a second, look at your handout. I believe you've got another handout in your folder. If you pop that out, can I use it?
Yeah.
Right? You've got a handout here. Pull that out and take a look, right? We've talked about values. If you go about halfway down the page, you can see vision. Maybe summarize what that looks like or what that means to you. Bless you. The values are our why, and the vision is where, right? So the vision is where we want to be. So if you think, as a board member, right, if you think in your term, whether it's a year, 2 years, 4 years, right, where I want us to be, where I see us being, that's the vision, right? It's aspirational. It's not, we're not setting goals, right? We're not saying 37% of students, 80% of students, 52% of students will, right? It's not goals. It's just, it's aspirational. For instance, so if I shared with you, here is a large company, right? This is the vision of a large company. So I'm going to read this to you, and I want you to see if you can guess what large company's vision this is. Ready? Refresh the world, inspire moments of optimism and happiness, create value, and make a difference. That is a large company, a very large company's vision. Anyone want to take a guess? It's unfair. It's an unfair question, I know. You want me to read it? Okay. Refresh the world, inspire moments of optimism and happiness, create value, and make a difference. Why? Why Coca-Cola? Yeah, some of us remember the song, right? Anybody want to sing it? I'd like, there you teach the word to sing. Yeah. It is Coca-Cola, right? Refresh the world, right? Right, but very aspirational. That is not something that says we make a high sugar drink, right? That is not how they see themselves. That's not how they actually see the work, right? That's not what they aspire to do. Let me give you another one. All right, ready? This one, much easier. No, probably not. To make the best products on earth and leave the world better than we found it. When I said easier, I was thinking mission, but to make the best products on earth and to leave the world better than we found it. Apple. P&G. I'll read you their mission. To bring the best user experience to its customers through innovative hardware, software, and services. Apple, right? Coke's mission: provide a diverse beverage portfolio that meets customers' needs physically, mentally, and emotionally. We don't judge. I don't know. There's been many a time where I've had a Diet Coke and thought, I feel emotionally safer right now, right? Right? So when we think about vision and we think about mission, right? So we think about vision, that aspirational. Let me read Coke's again. Refresh the world. Inspire moments of optimism and happiness, create value and make a difference, right? That's their vision. Provide a diverse beverage portfolio that meets customers' needs physically, mentally, and emotionally. That's their mission. Okay? Apple, to make the best products on earth and to leave the world better than we found it. Their mission, to bring the best user experience to its customers through innovative hardware, software, and services. Right? So now as we're thinking, and I'll use this one just because it's near and dear to my heart, and we've talked a little bit about it. And one of the reasons why I chose to do what I'm doing now in the construction world, right? So as I shared with you, I work for a full-time for a construction company, which is a weird leap. I get it, from superintendent to construction, but it works, trust me. So their vision for this is, right, when we think about our company, this is a place for people to find and build their genuine place of purpose. A place for people to find and build their genuine place of purpose. That doesn't scream construction, right? But then in our mission, right, we can go into various forms of building, right, and what we do, right, to support. So when we think about that aspirational piece, when we think about where we see this district in 3 to 5 years, we're going to do just a little activity. It's going to be really quick because we're pushing up against it. What I want you to do, right, is envision, right, we're thinking aspirationally. So think about 3 years from now, 3 to 5 years from now, and you wake up in the morning and you open the paper. You click on the app, right? You click on the AZ Central's app, and up pops the front page, and every superintendent's fear, it says Phoenix Elementary School District, right? That is our nightmare, right? But Phoenix Elementary School District number 1. And then it says the governing board. Finish what that headline would be. Phoenix Elementary School District number 1. What would you want it to say? Jot down a couple of thoughts. The governing board it's much easier to write down what we don't want it to say. Yep. What do we want it? Well, we're gonna find out. 3 to 5 years from now, after you've done your work, right? After you have worked together as a team for 2 or 3 years, what would you want that highlight, that headline to read? So our communications team got the call, said, oh my gosh, we have heard amazing things that your governing board is doing in Phoenix L. We have to tell the world about it. What are some of the things you would want it to say?
Charts path to growth and student success.
Tell me more about what the growth piece means. More, so we're talking about not necessarily student success, probably academic.
Yeah.
Growth, we need bodies, right? So we're talking about enrollment. Okay, so we've got growth and innovative programming. Anything different? Anything you'd like to add?
Mine were definitely in alignment. It was pretty, a pretty easy sentence for me to finish. It was, meets their 5-year student outcome goals and celebrates students and staff.
So student success, is that right? But you said celebrate. Students and staff. All right, so when you look at those headlines, right? Growth, enrollment, student success, innovative programs, and celebrates students and staff. When we think about vision, right? Aspirational. And when we think about mission, more specific, what do these sound more like? Vision or mission? Anybody? There's no wrong answer, by the way. I wish I'd have said that more in English class. I told them, there are always wrong answers.
I think this is where we want to be, so I think of it as vision, and then the mission that gets us there. Pardon? I second that. Thank you, President Ovalle.
Yeah. So we all agree this is aspirational, right? This is where we want to go. We never want to close another school, right? Not only do we not want to close any schools, let's start building, right? Let's start building new schools and neighborhoods where kids are flooding back to us, right? Because they've made other choices and now they understand this is where we need to be. Our student success, right? Then we talked about academics, but what else can this mean? Opportunity. Yeah, experiences. When we talk about student success in Phoenix Elementary, Phoenix #1, do we only talk about academics? It's certainly the reason why we're here, right? It's certainly the reason why the community supports us, right? To teach kids, right? To make sure that they can read, they can write, they can do math, right? They find their love of science, social studies, right? They become great citizens. They have that education to be an educated electorate, right? That's why we exist. That's why we started hundreds of years ago, right? To educate our electorate, right? But are there other forms of success? Are there other things we do? Right? Do we see success on the stage? Do we see success in the art room? Do we see success in the music classes? Do we see success, right? This can mean a variety of things. Innovative programs, are we being relevant? Right? Are we providing kids with an education that will springboard them into high school? That will then springboard them into higher learning of some kind, whether it's college, whether it's the military, whether it's, right, vocational education, career and technical education. And this is an interesting one, right? That we celebrate our students and staff. A lot of times we forget, especially when we're trying to do the work. It's like, okay, we got there, now let's go on to the next thing. And we forget to celebrate our students. Think about mission, right? And we think about, right? That was the where. Mission now is the how. All right? Mission is the how. And that's sort of those next steps as a board that you're going to have to rely a great deal on, right? To, if this is aspirationally where we want to be as a board, then we need to talk about how we get there, right? But that's a harder job, because remember, we're not writing a mission, we're not writing goals, we're not writing a to-do list for the team. As you continue your work, we are creating a to-do list for the governing board and how we're going to behave and how we're going to act and how we're going to work together. Okay, so let's back up just a little bit, right? As we get that understanding of what vision, does that help? What vision? You had brought that up earlier, right? On what vision means. So let's back up just a little bit and start talking about roles of the governing board. All right, because that will be helpful in your further discussions. And this is an interesting one. Right? What is the role of the governing board? Anyone want to jump in and just brainstorm some ideas about what the role of a governing board is? We've talked about a couple of those things earlier. Well, it's getting late. Can I start us off? Okay. Technically, right? Technically, so when I think about the role of a governing board, right? The role of a governing board isn't to go to a third grade classroom and talk to the teacher about her teaching style, right? About her effectiveness, about his interactions with kids, right? Who do we leave that to? The principals, right? Those are those conversations that are having at the site level. The board is way up here, right? When it comes to providing structure. Right? The board provides structure. In what ways? How do you provide structure to this team?
But governance, like voting yes and no on a budget.
Yeah, budget, big one, right? Your team is going to bring you all kinds of recommendations, right, and perspectives, right? Your CFO is going to come in and here's where we are with this and that, right? And they make all kinds of budgetary decisions based on your direction, right? Based on that budget that you set and you work with the superintendent. So structure and budget. There's another huge one.
Goals come to mind for me.
Sure. So you provide that. We've got packets, right, that you've got for goals. I'll put that over here, right? That direction. You said budget. Budget, goals. There's a big book. Well, we'll get there. There's a bit. That's right, right? You provide structure through your policies. So the policies that you set, the policies that you adjust, right? As you look and you say, we go through all of those different things and you'll get, right? Every year you'll get updates. If you're not familiar with that, you use ASBA. And so ASBA will come through with different updates and you've got to approve those policies. You have to decide whether you keep that C on there or you need to change it and make a difference. What's another major role of the board? Well, let's just stick with higher ed.
Accountable, make sure we get somebody in place.
So I like to think about it in the positive, right? So I like to think of it as hiring and evaluating the soup. That's a big piece. Now,
Who do you represent? As board members.
that's right. So you've got another, right? We talked about advocacy. You're being that community voice. When we think about hiring and evaluating the superintendent, right? This is a challenging one. These are kind of easy, right? Thinking high level, right? That makes total sense, right? I'm in charge of the budget and I'm in charge of policies. Obviously, you are hiring and evaluating the superintendent. But where it gets difficult as board members, right? And we're thinking about vision and mission, right? As you continue this work. Where it gets difficult when we think aspirationally and we think about how we operate as a board, it gets harder to, right, not look past the superintendent and start to evaluate, hire, we'll throw in fire, right? Right? Our staff. That gets harder. A more difficult process because you have opinions and you have relationships and you have experiences. But it's the superintendent's job to hire and evaluate the staff, right? All of the people that work here. That's her job, right? And that's a challenge. I've had many conversations and received a lot of, I was going to say opinions, I was going to say guidance, a lot of thoughts around the team, right? But that is, and of course, we can share open, right? We can have those conversations. But at the end of the day, you hire and evaluate the superintendent, she hires and evaluates the team. And yes, as a board, if you don't agree or not on the same page as what the superintendent is doing, unfortunately in that process, sometimes there are changes, right? Okay, so we've talked about hiring and evaluating the superintendent. We talked about advocating, being part of that community voice, listening. What do you, give me some ideas, some thoughts around being, especially when you're new, right? What has that felt like? Being a new board member and now having the community look to you as their voice. Because I can't speak to that.
Yeah, I don't know. There's, I'm sure, a better way to do it. So I'm trying to remain open-minded about it, but my perspective has been to, obviously, you know, I ended up here in the somewhat exotic circumstances, but I've tried to, you know, listen to whoever wants to talk. I make myself available, and I think if nothing else, that's what I've owed the community members, and I've certainly been taken up on that offer. So I've spent a lot of time having coffee. But I think my perspective, and I try to be like, I try to be open about this, which is that I will listen to anything, but you know, I don't view my job as taking every concern I hear while I have coffee up onto the dais and raising it. I know there's different perspectives about that, but I just don't, you know, I filter it through what I think is important to be doing here. And so I want to be open always to feedback. I think we all should be. It's really important. But I'm not going to always bring all of that, I guess, to bear in terms of what ends up on an agenda or what we talk about.
I think for me, being a community voice has been a little bit challenging because when I first started, we were doing school closures. And so, you know, people were pouring their emotions and how they felt about the situation onto me. And I felt like such a responsibility. And it was really hard for me in that time. I hope I never feel like that again. But you know, I like what you said, kind of filtering through, because a lot of people do stop me and talk to me, and you know, I take everybody, you know, serious. But I think just having like a set of like, these are my priorities and where do they lie? Because you got to have boundaries, you know, with your personal life and everything you do. So it's very challenging, but I think the boundaries are really important.
As our veteran on the board, what perspectives can you share with the group about being that community voice, right? Being that representative of the community?
It's I'm trying to think back to when I first started, and it really is just a completely different experience from then to now. So definitely being accessible is important, but also adhering to our policy that we do know the difference of what to delegate or not delegate, but what to send to Dr. G's way, and then what we are responsible for as far as listening to and getting on an agenda. So it's a balance of just the relationships that you build and definitely valuing them, but also being just respectful of the process that Dr. G has to implement. So it's always been not a struggle for me, but again, like I said, I'm super introverted, so I have to really be out of my shell to take a lot of coffee meetings and things like that. So I rely on her heavily. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, as we look to the future, all of these things, right, are mission based, right? As you start to think about what that mission is going to be for you as a board, right? We have more time and you expand this dialogue and you develop that vision and you develop the mission of the board, right? These are all important things to think about. You said something that was incredibly important, right? When you're out talking to the community and someone raises a concern, how do you handle that? You said it just a few minutes ago.
and I'm gonna forget. What I know what I do in my head is this an owner decision? Is this an owner concern or is this an operator concern? So it's something for Dr. G to um, take care of or have all the information about. So I do defer to her often.
Right. So, we hear all kinds of stories with governing board members, and we've had all kinds of experiences with various governing board members. And so you're out, right? I'll just use an example. You're out right? You run into somebody and they said, right? We know when anyone says, "Do you have a second?" Right? Buckle up, get ready, because it's going to take more than a second, right? And we also probably, right, we know that most likely what follows, "Do you have a second?" isn't, "Can I please tell you how completely amazing," right, Phoenix Elementary is, right? Can I just please tell you how amazing my children's teachers, are or is? Can I tell you? It's usually, right? It's usually, "Can I share with you a concern?" Right? And when you get that, now there are going to be lots of times where you do, right? You buckle up and then you hear, "I just love my school. I just thank you so much for all you do," right? That happens. And then you're like, "Say more," right? "Tell me I have great hair," right? Keep telling me, right? Where did that, right?
That really does happen to me though. And
No,
that's,
of course it
it-
does.
it really is no, not that part. But as I hear you saying that, like sometimes I feel well, either way, I just wanted to share that I do get
Yes.
both sides and
No,
I appreciate
100%.
both of them so very much.
And it feels so good, right? I wish more people, I tell people all the time, when they find out I'm a teacher, right, or that I'm an educator, retired, or whatever it is, almost all, like they want to share a story about an amazing teacher they had, or coach, or principal, or someone that impacted their lives. And I always tell them, right, if there's any possible way, even when you are my age, if if they are still living, find a way to tell them, right? Because in the world that we work, whether you are right, whether you are an elected official, whether you have dedicated your lives to public education, we just don't hear it enough. And so it is absolutely the most amazing thing when we hear, right, those stories and how schools have done more, right? Yes, you have built a foundation for my child where they are going to be successful, right? You have partnered with me as a parent, and you have built that foundation where I know my child is set up for success, right? Those are amazing things. Then there's also, right, that part that shares that concern. And when someone shares a concern with you, it is, and I'm going to speak for the superintendent, I probably shouldn't, but I'm guessing she wants to hear it, right? She needs to hear it. She wants to know those concerns. But most likely it is her job then to address those concerns. You share them, she addresses them, right? And I appreciated what you said, Justin, earlier about I won't bring all of those, right? Because again, we also know that we're most likely only getting one perspective of that situation. And parents have a tendency to be incredibly passionate, right? Think about those of us who are parents in the room. If we feel as though our child has been wronged, right? Or something has not gone the way that we expect it to, we get very emotional about that, right? Just like we are so passionate about kids and we don't sleep at night because we take that responsibility so seriously. Parents, right? Parents are 10 times that, right? And how they love their children and want to keep them safe and want to make sure that they're set up for success. So this community voice piece, when we think about budget, policies, hiring and evaluating the superintendent, and community voice, 4 basic areas of the board responsibility. And I just wanted to take some time and talk about that because as you continue to work towards developing out your vision, developing out your mission, these are important things to remember, right? Remember, we're thinking governing board, vision, mission, not district vision and mission, not even the superintendent's vision and mission, but the 5 of us. Well, how do we want to operate? How do we want to show the community that we can do this together? We can have differing opinions, but we can make good decisions and help the district move forward. Okay, I'm going to switch gears here. Do we need 5 minutes? Do we need to grab water before we hit those last 2 items? This is one of those things where we are tempted to plow through. But if you need a second, because this is the time of the day where everything else in the world starts to become important. Okay. All right, so we've got 2 final topics. The one I'm going to facilitate and the one I'm going to ask Deborah to facilitate. The first one is we're looking to the future, right? As we talked about at the very beginning, hopefully we were able to create a foundation to build on for our mission, our values, our mission, and our vision. I think we've been able to really establish 3 values. Now we move on to vision and mission. That's not for today because we're running out of time. But our next step is then we need to talk about what, and this came up earlier, right, and how we operate and how we build an agenda. We're looking to study sessions, right? And the first question around study sessions is, and I want to make sure I have an understanding. So here in this district, we have 1 business meeting a month.
One business.
Okay. And then we fill in around that. I love that, by the way. Not everybody does. Some like more, some like less, right? But I think in your policy, it says you will have at least 1 meeting per month, right? But then we fill in around that with things like special meetings, right? Retreats and study sessions. And remember, business meeting is where we're making decisions, right? That's where we're doing the business of the district. Study sessions is where we have an opportunity to invite people in and talk to us more. We take deep dives, right? We may only have 2, 3, 4 items on a study session, right? Maybe there's only 1 because it's going to take us a few hours to get to. And then retreats, more like this, a little more laid back, more opportunities to get to know each other and talk to each other and kind of think about where we're headed. So let's hone in then on study sessions, okay? So these are those special meetings where we get to learn more than we've ever wanted to know about topics that impact our students every single day. Let's take some time, because this is important, to brainstorm some possible topics for the future. This is for everybody, right? This is for everybody. So I heard one that we've got in March. So we already have budget and finance. So quickly, Deborah, will you tell us kind of what you're thinking about as far as that study session?
Yes, so for that study session, we'll look at our overall budget, where it is currently, what the past looked like, where we are currently, where we're projected to go. We'll review the AG's report with everybody so that we can take a look at what the Auditor General's report is showing us. We'll also take a look at the DSEG plan that the district is implementing, our land use strategy, and the conversation around a dashboard to help us track our budget on our website and for governing board members on a regular basis.
I'm going to jump in with an opinion. I'm probably not supposed to do this, but you'll hear it, especially new board members, right? The district is not being transparent about their budget. Is there anyone more transparent about their budget than public schools. It's required, right? I mean, we are required, that transparency is built in. And so, yeah, is it easy to understand? No, school finance is brutal to understand, right? It's very difficult. When you start talking to your public about, M&O overrides, and you say maintenance and operations, and then you tell them, no, that's not maintenance. That's not what you think maintenance and operations is, right? That's people and programs. They're like, what are you talking about? Maintenance and that should be capital, right? But we call it maintenance and operations. That's people and programs. Then you start talking about bonds, right? Why do you need bonds, right? Those kinds of things. So those are challenging topics. And it takes a while to truly understand that. Go ahead.
So another request of the board, some of our board members has been to move to having, at least for a while, a monthly study session. So we'll have one in March that's already been scheduled, but this is an opportunity for us as we brainstorm topics to think about when does that fit in the cadence of the operations of a district? And can we schedule those? And we'd have to vote in the meeting to add these to our calendar. But these topics are things that we know we want to continue to discuss in depth.
So do you want to take a second and talk about that? Like, do we feel like a monthly study session is important to the board? Have we already established that? Is it an idea?
We have a couple people who have requested that, but it has not been approved by the entire board. So. Then the March,
Yeah.
March was already established on our agenda.
And so you you vote on those meetings.
We vote on the board calendar.
Okay.
A quick question. I'm also hoping we can share our procurement process with our board, just to kind of understand what that looks like as far as the steps that you've got to go through, or so that way we learn about committees and things like that. Because I feel like that often does come up as a board member as you're on the board, and it's really good to know that process, I think, in the back of your mind.
We can definitely do that. That will also be something that will begin in an executive session at the coming meeting. That was a request to add to the agenda for our February agenda.
Do I capture that? Is that something we should write down since we talked about it? Okay, so procurement. Another very simple topic to address: how public schools procure items. When we say procure, right, that's how we buy stuff. There's all different kinds, right? Ways. Other topics. So I'm moving on, right? We've got budget, finance, procurement. Yes, ma'am.
I would say student achievements, like going back and visiting the guardrails, and agree with some of these things, just kind of brought it to speed on that. And then sure, I think there's time frames where we can do that stuff. So it's like, just putting our hands back together to be like, okay, these are the goals for the kids. I know that they have the SOFG goals, but I'm not sure how everybody's up on that, or
So help me, SOFG, is that what you said?
yeah,
SO.
or student outcomes. Sorry about that.
Student.
Yeah. So I think like,
Okay, gotcha.
Specific session. Achievements. Well, like,
things I need to know. It's on the agendas. The time will be passed. So a there's some unable to even if it's 10, it's really.
And is it true that those guardrails goals were developed? You might have been the only board member here when that was done?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay, okay. So revisiting, how would I capture that? I heard guardrails, I heard the
I think we do have
SOFG.
a work study session already calendared, or maybe in the past. It's usually like something we do. Definitely is worth having a work study session. So, so you're wondering how to.
I just want to make sure we capture that accurately. So if I put goals and guardrails, will that make sense to everyone?
Okay.
Okay, so goals and guardrails.
To touch on what President Ovaya mentioned, student achievement data, I would hope that fits in to that session, just to, I feel like we've had those in the past, and it's always really helpful for our data team to give a breakdown of how they're presenting data, where it comes from, and things like that.
So in the fall, we traditionally do an in-depth look at achievement and patterns of achievement in addition to what we're reporting on a monthly basis. So that's another study topic, specifically student achievement.
So I can put student achievement and we want to put fall.
You can just put it as a topic for future,
Okay.
yeah.
Fast because we.
Another request was to look at the role of our foundation and our education foundation and how that helps to support.
I think policies, like having at least once a year. We've got an ad hoc committee going to review our board related policies. So I'm thinking even a small study session for maybe not the whole day, but having time to share time with the board on our policies. Or policies that are related to board work, board governance.
So we have a ad hoc committee working on revisiting the governing board policies that are related to governance. And so having a study session in the future for that group to come and present with the rest of the governing board members, their recommendations for changes to policy.
So is that different than your policy revisions?
Yeah, this is specific to the board governance structure as opposed to the revised policies based on statute.
Yeah, just section B.
Just, gotcha. Other things you've been thinking about or would like to know, or areas of focus where we need to take a deeper dive? You don't want to spend an hour and a half on a Thursday night? Thursday night?
Got another idea. In the past, there's very long ago, we had where the schools will come in, like the principals will come and kind of give a presentation on what their specific school, like what the theme of their school is, and kind of gives some information on what they do to implement that in their campus. Just a thought, which we do regularly in our progress monitoring, but again, for onboarding purposes, if it's better to kind of grasp in a bigger, I don't know, bigger grouping of them could help, might not.
So I'm going to capture that here. And then I think probably as I just kind of look around, that might be something that you want to have a more in-depth conversation about what that would look like potentially, or how we currently do it. Maybe that's the topic. But so I'm going to capture that. School performance or school celebrations or school, just so we don't forget to
I
have
think
that.
it goes back to the school performance presentations, when schools used to have to do their own letter grade performance presentations and
To the board?
yeah,
Whew,
I know.
that's scary. As a principal? Ah.
And when you think about 10 schools having to do that,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
takes a
yeah.
long time.
How can we capture this just so that we know that we talked about it, but we could look, so school.
I captured it just as school performance presentations.
Yep.
You don't want to do not academic performance or.
So more programming.
And getting a more, and again, if it's already placed in our progress monitoring and that works for everybody. Great.
So I hear you talking about innovative programming for the schools. And so you want a more in-depth presentation on the innovative programming that's happening at the schools.
My end goal would just be for all the board members to really get a good picture of what each school's like specialty is, or where all their hard work and dedication goes all the time. So it's just, again, an idea, because I've been a part of them in the past, and I haven't been visiting schools as often as I should be, and I just have that really top of mind lately, so it might just be something I'm thinking about.
So let's capture it as innovative programs or programming, and then we can figure out what that might look like, right? I could see a value to a board member to better understand what each, if you have different programming at different schools. Okay, innovative programming. That didn't even come close. Innovate, oh yeah. And again, right, we're just brainstorming here. These are just topics that we're going to have future discussions on as we build out that study session calendar. It's just wait time. Am I doing a good job on wait time? Okay.
Our vision and mission, we need probably a session to finalize that at some point in the next
Build out
phase.
the boards. You're talking about the board's
Yeah.
vision.
And that would be at a board retreat versus a study session, correct?
Could be. Yeah, you guys, well, that's again, right? Feels retreat-ish, but you might not want to wait that long. So when you set the board calendar, right, you're not going to say studies, I'm assuming, I'm looking to everybody. You don't say study session in March is budget and right, and study session in April is this. Instead, you establish the study sessions And then you have the flexibility to build out what those look like, yeah? Or do you,
Our current calendar does specify what the topic will be, so we have one in the fall on achievement and we have one in the spring on budget. But beyond that, we don't have study sessions agendized or in our calendar.
yeah, so just some thoughts, right? You do you, right? You got to figure out how this community works and what that looks like. In my experience, the flexibility of, right, just establishing that we're going to, right, that culture that of having study sessions, right? We establish that, but we keep that flexibility of, because we don't know, right? We don't know what's going to happen in March, where we say as a team, this happened, we need to have a study session to address this item, right? We need to know more about, I don't want to put thought, right? School safety, right? What do we do, right? Right? What, like things can happen, right? We are missing a bus. Is that what happened this morning, right? How are we missing a bus, right? Those types of things come up all the time. And so having that flexibility of being able to build out an agenda item and not have it set in stone, I think there's a lot of value to that. And so just be thinking about what that would look like. Yes, every fall you're going to have a student achievement, right? Every spring you got to have a study session on your budget. Those are things that are probably going to happen every single year. But a lot of those other topics are going to change and adjust and be different based on our community, right? Things that happen in our community, things that happen in our state, things that happen in our country. So that's just a thought that I share. Okay, so here's a brainstormed list, right? This is not the end all be all. From this point forward, right? The board is not probably, it's going to have more in-depth conversations individually, maybe with our superintendent about what that looks like. You can kind of think about what that might mean, right? And how we put items, right? How we talk about things in a study session to get you better educated about your district, right? Better educated about your students and your staff so that you can make educated decisions moving forward. Okay. Do you want to lead us in a final wrap up where we talk about reflections and next steps and maybe, things that we need to do to move forward?
All right, so thank you first of all to both of you for being here to help facilitate this.
Yeah, Ivan did a lot of work. So I just want.
Well, I brought us you. So as we think about where we've got some great ideas for this session, we're moving forward with student-centered community trust and excellence and thinking about that. Part of what we wanted to do in terms of how we wrap this up is to come back to a retreat is great if we come up with some great ideas, but if we don't come up with what do we commit to do now, it's just great ideas on a piece of paper. And we want to go beyond having it be great ideas on a piece of paper and take it into what do we commit to work on together as a board, together as a board to attack. So let's start first with some of the reflections. What are some things that as we gathered today and we thought about all of the things, what are
one of the things that stuck out is just that level of calibration around how a board meeting is essentially run and making sure everyone understands the various vocabulary that kind of is associated with it and the steps that are taken in those larger conversations. So I know that's what we kind of started with in terms of how those are run, but I think that was nice level setting.
One thing that's sticking out for me is wanting to hear or connect with with Vice President Edmiston about her input on these, because I'm curious to know if like everybody's consensus on these.
I really appreciated the conversation we had today regarding reflecting on questions and answers. And I think that was helpful to me as staff, that to hear that commitment of we'll do our best to get those to you, and that we want these to be productive conversations. And I want to make that commitment that as staff, we'll always do our best to respond to those, and that I've appreciated how this board has given those questions and, like Justin said, filtered them a bit to make sure that the true public question is getting there and giving staff an opportunity. It's not always easy to build some of those bigger questions into the presentation, and that kind of sounds funny because that's why you're presenting, but really asking the pointed question and providing staff an opportunity to do that in a really organic way. I appreciated that. And I appreciated the questions that you presented to me in the last go around, in the last presentation. So I just wanted to say that that is helpful to us, to me as staff.
So when we think about public presentations, it should be a shared presentation that one question or is that is one. Without me, I will.
I'm going to use the mics. I think for me, being new in my role as president, my commitment is really working with the team, keeping us all in the loop. I'm really big on communication. I really want everybody to feel heard. And, I really liked us going over the values together because that recenters us and grounds us. And so I'm really committed to us having the best team ever. So I'm going to work. I want to talk to everybody and just get to know everybody and align.
I will share that.
I'm sorry to hog this. I'm going to pass it along in just a second. One other commitment that I want to make is our use of the weekly board updates. I think that those are another really powerful piece that we didn't touch on today. I'm sorry. Yeah, and I think that that's as you talked about, an informal way. And I just want to put it out there. If there's something in a board update that you have a specific question or concern about, please let Dr. Gonzalez know or reach out to us. because we do try and be thoughtful. It's a long time between meetings, right? And there are a ton of things that you need to be kept abreast on along the way. And so I think we all take those updates very seriously and get them. And we really see that as a way to kind of fill in the gaps and prepare for that next agenda setting. So if there's something in there that isn't clear or that you want to say, I really want to talk about this before we get in a public setting, please reach out because we're definitely open to that.
Cease.
My wheels are still spinning about that list, so I'm trying really hard to transition here. So I will share that I will commit to getting my board questions in by Monday, close of business, unless I have that time wrong. Is that,
In terms of when we want other questions, we just don't want them the day of the board meeting.
got it?
So even 24 hours before the board meeting, that's some time. But when we get them as we're walking into the board meeting.
Got it. And I also, thank you for that. And I also will commit to being available for all the upcoming study sessions that we will plan.
I'll throw out one more and I hope it comes across okay. But I really appreciated the value setting that we did as a team and to see the overlap in those values. And it makes me reflect that I want to commit to ensuring that that I and for the team and staff, we assume good intent for questions are asked and things like that. I think it's really important that we see that there's some bedrock values that we all share despite all of our backgrounds and all the things. And so I will definitely commit to our board, to our staff of assuming good intent with questions that are coming to us or wonderings, because that shared value is very nice for that. So thank you.
Elucidate that I support direction. That's the kind of understanding to do that on the long sense of it. We're going to discuss and that we are that we're asking questions for that.
Can I share a reflection? You did a lot of work today. Like, you got a lot accomplished. And you did it in a way that that not every community can do, right? I was struck by how easily you came to these three values, right? Now, we spent a lot of time building up to it, but the way that you coalesced around these three values so quickly says so much about this community, says so much about you as board members, says so much about this team, that you so quickly came to student-centered, right, community trust and excellence. And again, as we started the meeting, we all come from such different perspectives, right? We all went to different schools. We all, right? Our kids go to different schools. Our houses are in different neighborhoods. And yet we all came to some similar values that can help drive the success of this amazing district. So it was a lot of work today, and I want to commend you on how well that you did on that, and then recognizing that you're missing 2 members, and that it'll be important to come back to the sitting member as well as bringing in your new member whenever he or she is seated is an important piece. So thank you for that.
So item C. Jordan, that we join this meeting, you got a second. Say aye. Aye. Speak to add.